Can you hear me, Andrea?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes. Are we ready?
We are ready.
Mayor, do you want to wear your cap?
I do.
Okay.
Anytime you are, Mayor.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I will call the Los Altos City Council regular meeting of Tuesday, September 14th, 2021 to order at 7 p.m. City Clerk, can you please go ahead and call the roll and establish quorum?
Yes. Councilmember Lee Ing.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Vice Mayor Enander.
Here.
And Mayor Flegger.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a full council.
Thank you. Next, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and we're fortunate this evening to have Kinsey, I know I saw her, Hazeltine, lead us in the pledge. And so if everybody could please go on mute except Kinsey, and we'll follow along. So Kinsey, we're ready whenever you are. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done, Kenzie. Thank you so much for doing this. And on short notice, I want everybody to understand that you were just asked to do this evening. You said yes, and you did an excellent job. Thank you. Did you have fun? You did? Well, nice seeing you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. And Kenzie is with Girl Scout Troop number 61081. Thanks, Kenzie. Next on our agenda is the closed session report, and I have nothing to report from our closed session earlier today. And before we go to the special presentation, I do want to observe a minute of silence in memory and honor of September 11th. I can't believe it's been 20 years. So if we could all just pause and reflect for a minute, that would be good. Thank you. And it's a great segue into our special presentation because, of course, when we think of September 11th, we think of all the heroes from that day. And so I will turn to Ann Heppenstall, who will do the presentation proclaiming the month of September to be emergency preparedness. So Ann, I know I see your name. I don't see you on video yet. Thanks for being here. And I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Delighted to be here. You know, this is a very interesting month as we reflect on what we have lost. As you said, it's the 20th anniversary of the terrorist attacks. It is the National Emergency Preparedness Month, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency has taken a theme for this year: prepare to protect. Preparing for disasters is protecting everyone you love. And in this time of COVID and wildfires and everything else that we're faced, that's a great reminder that our community is vulnerable to dangers and that we all have a role to play. And I know that the City Council values emergency preparedness, and that you join me in encouraging all of our residents and all of our community members to take a moment to check on their own household emergency preparedness, to sign up for Alert SCC, to make an evacuation plan, to have some disaster supplies so that whatever happens, they know they've taken steps to be ready. So thank you for offering the proclamation. Do you want me to read it, or would you like to, Mayor?
No, Ann, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll read you the official thing. proclamation of the mayor of the city of Los Altos, California, declaring the month of September to be Emergency Preparedness Month. Whereas the county, state, nation, and world continue to experience the COVID-19 pandemic with ongoing stress, illness, hospitalization, and thousands of lives lost. And whereas the state of California has experienced multiple large-scale fires over the past year, with smoke and poor air quality further extending their impact across the state, and the county and the state currently face significant impacts from drought. And whereas this September is the 20th anniversary of the terrorist attacks on 9/11, and whereas these disasters remind us of our community's vulnerability to the dangers and devastation disasters can bring, and whereas since 2004, the Federal Emergency Management Agency has sponsored National Preparedness Month each September. The 2021 theme is Prepare to Protect, Preparing for Disasters is Protecting Everyone You Love. And whereas the Los Altos City Council recognizes the critical importance of emergency preparedness planning and preparation, both by city staff and by community members. The time and effort invested now in preparing will help Los Altos residents and communities respond better and stay safer during crisis and recover more quickly from whatever may come. And whereas individuals can prepare for disasters by signing up for emergency notifications at alertscc.org, making an evacuation plan, and building and maintaining a disaster plan and kit. Now, therefore, you, Neeser Flagler, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, on behalf of the Los Altos City Council, do hereby declare the month of September to be Emergency Preparedness Month in the City of Los Altos. I call upon all community members to strengthen their household's disaster preparedness. Thank you very much for making that proclamation and supporting our community, all of our volunteers, our staff, our first responders, and community members in preparedness efforts.
No, thank you, Anne, and thanks to all the volunteers, the Hams, the CERTs, the BATS, and so many others, the Los Altos Community Foundation. There's so many individuals and groups involved in this effort, and we thank you on behalf of all the residents. Thank you
very much.
So before we move to the next proclamation, I know Councilmember Weinberg had asked about my cap, and I realized not everyone may have been here at the last council meeting or remembered that I lost to Mayor Tonka. As some of you may know, Los Altos Hills and Los Altos play an annual softball game over the summer, and this year, unfortunately, Los Altos lost. And as a result, I am wearing a Los Altos Hills cap. And that was my commitment, to wear a cap to one of our council meetings. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm not sure I will have it on for the entire meeting. There was no time commitment, Mayor Tonka, but I'll have it on for some of this meeting. So thank you. Okay, so we'll move to the next proclamation, which is declaring September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas every year from September 15th to October 15th, Americans celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month by recognizing the history, heritage, and contributions of Hispanics and Latinos to our community and nation. And whereas observation of Hispanic Heritage Week started in 1968 under President Lyndon B. Johnson, and was later extended to a 30-day celebration by President Ronald Reagan. And whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans have made immeasurable contributions to our culture and economy, and have been integral to the prosperity and enrichment of Los Altos and the United States. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month also allows us to honor and celebrate the key leadership roles and accomplishments of Latinos and Hispanics in our community in different professions and sectors and at all levels of government. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Neeser Flagler, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, and on behalf of the entire Los Altos City Council, encourage, Los Altos residents to observe Hispanic Heritage Month with appropriate programs and activities, and do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you. Okay, we'll keep going. Next, we have a special item, which is our commission appointments. And it is an agenda item. Normally, I turn this over to the deputy city manager or possibly the city clerk just to give us instructions. But before we do that, I wanted to check in to see if we have any questions, comments before we go to voting. And I'm going to do the virtual because there's so many hands on the screen. Oh, I see the vice mayor. Go ahead. Now I'm seeing the virtual hands.
I'm not sure if I should say this before, if we have any public comment, if public comment is appropriate to this item, I would defer to that.
It is, but we're doing questions first, just like the normal agenda.
Okay, sorry. Then, no, not questions, comment after public comment, please.
Okay. Any more questions? Councilmember Liang, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you. Could you just clarify to me how we would be doing this vote again? Because we've done it so many different ways. So I just would like to better understand again and make it clear how we will be proceeding.
That's why I said I was gonna have the deputy city manager or city clerk explain that to us after we go. We'll do it as a normal agenda item. So we'll do questions. If that's one of your questions, they will address that right before we vote.
Okay.
If no questions, then we'll go to public comment, bring it back to discussion, and then get direction from staff. Okay, see no more hands raised. Do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on this special item?
No, Madam Mayor, I do not see any members of the public with their hands raised.
Thank you. So then let's bring it back to council to see if there is any discussion. If not, then I will invite the city clerk or the deputy city manager to explain to us how we'll be voting. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Because two of these commissions are commissions for which I am liaison, but I'm going to make this as a general statement, and that is that I believe it is in the best interest of our city to have the normal practice of reappointing incumbents who have expressed an interest in continuing. And I hope that we will do that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, I see no more hands. City Clerk, Deputy City Manager, how would you like us to conduct the vote? And I'm happy to do the names again. I'm waiting for one of them to turn on their video. So for the Public Arts Commission, there are 5 seats. We have 5 applications. Janet Corrigan, Teresa Couture, Lucy Janjian, Hillary King, who is an incumbent, and Jenna Moore. And I will remind council members that Vikas H. Bhatani, who had originally applied for the Financial Commission, also said he'd be interested in the Public Arts Commission. For the Library Commission, there are 3 seats, 3 applications. Pierre Bedard, Carol Carter, Julie Crane, all incumbents. And then for the Financial Commission, there are 4 seats with 6 applications. Vikas H. Bhatani, John Claris, who's an incumbent, Gary Kalbach, who's an incumbent, Tony Richmond, who's an incumbent, and then Sorosh Vizuna, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, and Art Whipple. So I see the Deputy City Manager has turned on his video.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We're decided we do it a little easier than we have in the past. You just received an email. I would ask that you would reply, solely hit reply to that email and fill in the names of those individuals you would like to vote. And then once that is done, then I will tally the votes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Machino. And so let's take 5 minutes and fill out our ballots. Thank you.
Mr. Magino, I don't have the email.
Okay. Well, it should have just been sent. You could also just send me an email with the names of those you'd like to vote for as well.
Show of hands if everybody has voted. Councilmember Meadows.
I'm still waiting on two emails.
Okay, thank you. Let me know, Mr. Maginot, when you've received all the ballots.
Will do. Madam Mayor, I've received all the ballots.
Great, thank you. And you will let us know the results later on in the meeting, Mr. Maginot?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I have a question for Mr. Maginot, and that is there a way already established how we're going to determine the short term in the Public Arts Commission?
Oh, that's correct. There's one seat. And I did not, I don't know if anybody else did. We were supposed to indicate.
I called it out in my return, but I'm sorry, I should have asked this before we voted.
I
So
did too.
I didn't, so I'm going to send Mr. Maginot a quick email letting him know which of the applicants.
Madam Mayor, if I can make it easy, 3 council members voted the same person to a partial term
Perfect,
for that commission.
perfect, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
doesn't the same apply to the Financial Commission?
So for the Financial Commission, 4 seats, 3 terms expiring September 2025, you're correct, and 1 partial term that expires 2023. So Mr. Maginot, did we have council members indicate who would receive that partial term? I know I didn't, and I'm happy to send an email.
We had at least one who did. I'll have to get back to you once I've gone through all the ballots.
Okay, let us know and we could quickly, let's just take the minute now and send Mr. Maginot an email letting him know of the 4 applicants we each selected, which one we're voting to get the partial term. Thank you. Has everybody submitted? Is everybody good? Great. Thank you, and thanks for those reminders. Okay, we'll keep going, and Mr. Maginot will let us know when he has the results. Next on our agenda is changes to the order of the agenda. Does any council member have a request to change the order of the agenda? Okay, seeing no hands, we'll then move to public comments on items not on the agenda. Councilmember Lee Eng, are you trying to raise your hand?
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. So when I do pull some items, I would like to make that change to the order of the agenda. So I would like to pull 8 and 9, and I hope we could do number 9 earlier on.
So Councilmember Lee Eng,
Oh, that's okay.
did we lose her?
It looks like we may have.
Here she is.
There she is.
Councilor Lee Eng,
I left and went back in.
I know, and you're breaking up. So did you have a question?
That's okay, but I'm trying to deal so I can hear you. So you can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm going to keep my video off so I can hear you so you don't break up.
Okay, do you have a question?
No, it's okay. That's okay. It's to your discretion, and I'll just pull the other items.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to confirm my understanding of the process. If a council member asks, or a member of the community asks that an item be pulled off of the consent calendar, at that time, it's the mayor's discretion as to where the item is considered, subject to a vote by the council. Is that correct?
And it's not subject to the vote of the council. It's at the mayor's discretion. And I think Councilmember Lee Eng realized that, and that's why she stopped.
Thank you,
But
Mayor.
that's a separate agenda item from the one we were discussing. And so I don't see any hands raised to change the order of the agenda. So we're gonna move next to public comments on items not on the agenda. So if there are members of the public who would like to comment on items not on the agenda, now is the time to raise your hand. And Mr. Maginot?
Yeah, I don't have the ability to raise my virtual hand, but if you like, I can announce the results of the balloting.
Please go ahead.
So appointed to the Public Arts Commission, and I will start with the partial term. Appointed the partial term on the Public Arts Commission, Lucy John-Gian. Also appointed to the Public Arts Commission, Janet Corrigan, Terry Couture, Hillary King, and Jenna Moore. Appointed to the Library Commission, Pierre Bedard, Carol Carter, Julie Crane. and appointed to the Financial Commission, John Claris, Gary Kalbach, Tony Richmond, and a partial term for Art Whipple.
Thank you, Mr. Maginot. Well done. Okay, and congratulations to all the newly appointed commissioners for those listening. And Mr. Maginot or the city clerk will be in touch with next steps. But welcome to serving on a city commission, and welcome back to many of you. Thank you. Okay, we'll continue on again to public comments on items not on the agenda. City clerk, do you see any hands raised?
Not at this moment.
Thank
No,
you.
I see no hands raised.
Thank you. So then let's move on to the consent calendar. Are there, go ahead, city clerk.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Lee Ying just raised her hand.
I think that's regarding the consent calendar. So let me introduce the item. I think she just wanted to get her hand up.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. So on the consent calendar, are there council members who would like to remove an item from the consent calendar? And as a reminder, if you just have a clarifying question, you don't need to remove it. You could just ask your clarifying question and we can then vote on the consent calendar. So let's start with Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 8 and 9.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee Ang. Any other council requests? Seeing no hands, let's go to the public to see if we have any comments on the consent calendar.
Mayor, I see 2 hands raised. Our first speaker is, I see 3 hands.
And I do want to remind our speakers that if an item got pulled, that we will be discussing that item later on in the agenda, and that is the opportunity for you to comment on those items. Okay, I still see 2 hands, so go ahead. City Clerk, can you please call the first person?
Sure, I have Roberta.
Go ahead, Roberta, and that's 3 minutes.
Got it.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Just one quick question. On the city council norms and procedures, I know that there was a direction
So
to discuss.
Roberta, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
The norms item was pulled. So if you have a comment or question related to the norms, please hold it until we get to that item.
Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta. Okay, any more hands, City Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, I do not see anybody else wishing to speak.
Wonderful, thank you. And so using my discretion, I will move item number 8 to after item 10. And so under discussion items, first we'll do item number 10, then we'll go to item number 8, then we'll go to item number 9, then 11, and then 12. Any questions? Okay, thank you. So then City Clerk, I will look for a motion to approve the consent calendar as to all the items except for numbers 8 and 9. And I'm looking for virtual hands. I see the Vice Mayor's hand. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I move we approve consent items 1 through 7 inclusive.
Is there a sec? And I will second the motion. And I will just add one, and I'll do the question at the end. So City Clerk, can you please go ahead and call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ying,
Yes.
and Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And I have a quick question for staff, and Gabe wasn't around, so maybe this question is for Mr. Maginot. But I remember a couple years ago with the old council, a couple of us had asked about exploring having a more sustainable investment portfolio. And I don't think we received a report back on that. And as I was going through the portfolio over the weekend, I was reminded of that. And so if Mr. Maginot could speak to that, I'd really appreciate it.
Sure, thank you for the question. I did look into some of the past minutes of Financial Commission meetings. There was an item on the Financial Commission's agenda in spring of 2019 discussing this very item. The conclusion at that time was there was not sufficient time to discuss and make a recommendation and still get the investment policy adopted in time for the budget for that year. So the Financial Commission at that time decided, well, they would do it in 2020 as part of the investment policy review. Something big happened in 2020 that I think kind of put it out of the commission's mind. And so it has not gone back to the commission yet. And so that will be something that we will make sure gets put onto a future agenda for them to start discussing.
Appreciate that, Mr. Maginot. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. We have no public hearings scheduled for today, so then we'll move to our first discussion item, which is ordinance number 2021-481 firearm safe storage ordinance. And I think Captain Kraus will be presenting on this item. Captain Kraus, I'll turn it over to you. Nice to see you.
Thank you so much. Good to see you, Madam Mayor. So at the April 27, 2021 City Council meeting, Councilmember Weinberg provided information on safe firearm storage. Following public comments and council comments, Councilmember Weinberg moved that the council direct staff to prepare a safe storage ordinance for the council's consideration. Currently, California law does not have a requirement that owners of firearms store them safely. They simply have recommendations. The ordinance that was created is substantially in accord with Santa Clara County Ordinance number NS-644 and includes the following provisions. No person shall keep a loaded or unloaded firearm in any residence unless the firearm is 1, carried on their person, 2, in proximity and control of a person who's authorized to carry the firearm in accordance with all applicable laws, or 3, is stored in a locked container or disabled by a trigger lock that's approved by the DOJ. This ordinance would be an infraction, punishable only by administrative fines. It would be $500 for the first violation day, and any violation afterwards would be a fine of $1,000. So that is the ordinance that we are presenting tonight, and I am available to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Captain Kraus. And I do want to start off, and I know this is just a time for questions, but first recognize and thank Councilmember Weinberg for his leadership here in bringing this forward. And I still remember the presentation he did for us, how thorough it was. So Councilmember Weinberg, thank you so much for bringing this forward. And so with that, any questions for Captain Kraus? Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Captain Kraus. You talked about enforcement, but I wanted to better understand how enforcement was going to be done.
That's a great question. So enforcement in something like this is a little bit difficult. It is an infraction. So therefore, this is not something that officers would just be going door to door with people who have guns registered to see if they're stored safely. In fact, this would be more so if we were already in a home that we legally had standing to be in, and we might observe a firearm that was not safely stored, then we could enforce this. It could be that someone reports this violation to us and we can go out and do an investigation. However, I will be clear that we cannot force entry into a home in order to do this type of investigation. because it's an infraction, the person would have to give us consent to enter, or we'd have to already have legal standing to be inside the place of residence in order to enforce this. So that is how enforcement would happen, is either we're in a place we legally could be and we see the violation, or it is reported to us and someone gives us consent to enter and do the investigation to follow up.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? I don't see any other hands from council members. So then let's go to public comment. If there are members of the public who would like to comment on this item, I know we received many letters and I'm sure we've all read them. But if you'll still like to make public comment on this item, now is the time to do so. Please go ahead and raise your virtual hand. I only see one hand raised, City Clerk.
That's what I see too.
So I'm going to go ahead. I see a couple more hands being raised. So let's, because it's 3 minutes if it's 10 or less under the current norms. Okay, so we have 3 hands raised. So let's do 3 minutes for each person.
Okay. I'm sorry, our first speaker is Susie McLean.
Hi, thank you. I'm just calling in to say I'm very impressed with the agenda report and the summary that was put together. And I want to thank Councilmember Weinberger and Captain Kraus as well. I think the report demonstrates an excellent understanding of the impact of firearm fatalities in Santa Clara County and across the country, and the role that safe storage can play in reducing many deaths, including suicides, unintentional shootings, domestic violence, school shootings, and reducing gun thefts as well. So I'm a longtime Los Altos resident. I'm a physician, and I'll just say that I'm grateful and proud to live in a city that is hopefully going to pass this ordinance and which takes public safety so seriously. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Susie.
I'm sorry, our next speaker is Renee Rashid, followed by Janine Valadez.
Hi, this is Renee Rashid.
Go ahead, Renee.
Okay. Yeah, I sent in a letter, so I'll just make this really brief. I wanted to voice my support for the safe storage ordinance. I think it would be great to pass here in Los Altos, and I hope it passes through City Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Janine?
Janine?
Yes, I just saw the unmute. Thank you. My name's Janine Valadez, a longtime resident of Los Altos. Thank you to Captain Kraus for her report. And I did not get my public comment in on time, so that's why I'm speaking, but it's brief. I fully support the ordinance as written. I come from a family with law enforcement in it and many friends in the community, and I know how they take care of their guns and they keep them very safe in their homes. They are models and examples for all gun owners to follow in terms of understanding the severe danger that that arms can pose to the general public and to the gun owners themselves. So I certainly hope that the City Council passes this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janine.
Our next speaker is Pete Daly, followed by Brian Jones.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So I'm the chairman of the Parks and Rec Commission, but I'm speaking just as an individual resident of Los Altos. And I wanted to thank the council for taking up this issue. I come from a sporting family, many generations of hunters. and I understand these issues well. I support this ordinance. As an avid sportsman, I don't view this as any kind of a Second Amendment issue. I just view it as a public health issue, and I appreciate you taking it up, and I appreciate the opportunity to see something done to advance public health in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete. Brian, are you there?
Yes, hi, thank you. Thank you, council, for taking up this issue. Everyone has said this very well. Thank you, Captain Kraus, for taking up this issue. Having lost a friend to gun violence, I think these kinds of steps are critical in making the kind of town that we want to make. And I really appreciate the work you're doing on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. So I don't see any other hands raised from the public, so I'm going to bring it back to council for discussion or a motion. So I will look for virtual hands. Any discussion? Councilmember Liang.
No, I was just going to get my hand up to second the motion after Councilmember Weinberg made the motion.
Yes, we should definitely have Mr. Councilmember Weinberg make this motion. So Councilmember Weinberg, is your hand raised to make the motion? I can't hear you, John.
Yes, Mayor, it is.
So I see the vice mayor with her hand raised. So let me go to her to see if she has any questions or comments. Then I'll come back to you for a comment and or motion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the council member for picking this up after the county introduced it, and to those who've communicated with the city about and to us about your views on this. I am going to support the anticipated motion, but I do want to say that I think, unfortunately, this is something, or fortunately, in our town that I think will likely have little or no effect. In my experience, responsible gun owners already secure their weapons, and in the way that that is anticipated in this ordinance. And the only and likely way that we will find someone who violates this ordinance will be someone who has irresponsibly not protected their family and the rest of the community by doing what they should do. And there will be some sort of horrible accident. I hope that we will never have that, but I think that's the likely chance that we will eventually, if we ever have to use this ordinance. So I will support it, but I do not have any delusions that it will have a profound influence in this community where I believe most of our community is already being quite responsible about their weapons.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I make the motion, I want to thank my colleagues for supporting our community's request that Los Altos adopt a firearm safe storage ordinance. And I would very much like to thank all the members of our community and the surrounding communities who have sent emails or commented tonight and let us know your opinions on this, and really to overwhelmingly support the adoption of the ordinance. This ordinance is a matter of public health. The statistics about unsecured firearms being used in teen suicides, injury and death to young children and others is striking and disturbing. I believe that the proposed ordinance is a positive step forward and an opportunity for Los Altos to lead. The safe storage ordinance does not take away anyone's right to own a gun or to self-protection. And even the NRA says that firearms should be stored safely and responsibly. In short, safe storage laws work. They do not prevent all suicide. They do not prevent all unauthorized use of a firearm, but they demonstrably reduce both. So I support the ordinance because I believe it is in the best interest of Los Altos to do so. The County of Santa Clara has adopted an almost identical ordinance, and many of our sister cities in the Bay Area have also adopted a substantially similar ordinance. So with those comments, Madam Mayor, I move that this council adopt and waive first reading of ordinance number 2021-481 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, amending the Los Altos Municipal Code by adding a new chapter 7.29 entitled Safe Storage of Firearms in the City of Los Altos and making findings pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act that this ordinance is categorically exempt from environmental review.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Liang, you wanted to second it?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Seconded by Councilmember Liang. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Vice Mayor Nander,
Yes.
Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes, resoundingly yes, but that counts as one vote, sorry.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
and Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
thank you.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Another proud moment, unanimous vote. Thank you. We will treasure these times. Let's keep going. Next agenda item will be item number 9. No, excuse me, number 8, the Redwood Grove Resolution number 2021-48. It's the Redwood Grove Connector Trail from Los Altos Hills. And I see the city manager has turned on his video, so I'll go to him.
Thank you, Mayor. This will just, well, there goes my video. Thank you, Mayor. This will either be our Special Projects Manager, Dave Breeze, or our Engineering Director, Jim Sandoval.
Hi, I'll start it off. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Yeah, I'm just here to take any questions, I think, from Councilmember Liang.
Okay, and do we have Mr. Breeze? I see his name. Okay.
Yes, Dave Breeze is here also. He's got the most history on this project and the Redwood Grove.
Wonderful, thank you. And so Councilmember Liang, you pulled this item, so let's go to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I pulled this item because I think that I needed to better understand based on the response of the questions I sent in to staff. Because my question was, with the list of our council priorities, which includes completion of City Hall chambers, Halsey House, EOC, our public safety facilities, our housing element, and RENA. And that's just to name a few. Was this going to take away needed staff time and attention? The response to that was yes. If approved, city staff would need to eliminate projects to properly complete a study of the connector trail. I had concerns about that. So I think that we have things on our plate right now that really require a lot of staff attention. And I can turn to the city manager for his comments if he'd like, but I had, like I said, concerns regarding that.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang. I did provide that response to the question, so I'll elaborate on it now. The City Council planned out the CIP calendar as part of the budget process. City Council then subsequently deferred many CIP projects to December due to funding and the amount of projects that staff currently has. If Council would like to consider this year, we would have to reprioritize the capital projects already in place. Alternatively, Council could consider it in December when we review the CIP, or as part of the normal CIP process in the budget next year, which would come forward for approval in June.
Thank you so much, City Manager England. Based on his response, did we want to take public comment and then, okay, and then I can reserve my comments.
Any other questions from council members? I don't see any hands. I will do a follow-up, Mr. England, to Councilmember Liang's question, because I do want to better understand, you know, the demands of or staff resources that you're referring to. Because my understanding is this is just the first step to explore and work with the Los Altos Hills staff. And, you know, if we were to consider approving this, you know, what would be a comparable project when you look at staff resource time to say this is what we would have to give up for staff to focus on this exploration?
Thanks, Mayor. I think we'd have to come back with a specific list of projects that we could reprioritize, but there's also the consideration that our projects manager and special projects manager have retired or departed the city, and we're currently hiring their replacements. So the engineering department, which would be tasked with working on this with Los Altos Hills staff, will be down both positions that would be leading it.
Okay, I don't see any other hands or questions from council members, so let's go to the public. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, I see 4 hands.
Okay, members of the public, if you'd like to comment, now is the time. We do set the amount of time you get to speak based on the number of speakers. So I see 5 hands raised. And so with that, let's give each speaker 3 minutes. Thank you. And you don't have to take the full 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
The first speaker is Ann Du, followed by Kavita Tenka. Oops.
Okay. This is Ginger Summit. I'm talking from Ann Dewey's computer. And I live at the, oh, it says Kavita. Oh, Ann Dewey is talking. I live at the top of this pathway that's a potential. I have lived there. I live just off of Fremont Road, right next to the water tank. I have lived there for over 50 years. Can you hear me? Yes. I have, is it working?
Keep going.
I have lived there for over 50 years. And we have been waiting for this pathway to come in all this time. The pathway serves not just the community of Los Altos, but Los Altos Hills and all of the surrounding neighbors. It's an essential part of enhancing your development that's going on in the Redwood Grove. Right now, the way the project has been proposed is that the towns of Los Altos and Los Altos Hills collaborated a couple of years ago and agreed that with the permission of Los Altos Hills would undertake all of the labor and the financing of putting this pathway in place. And so I do not see that it would take away any of your financial or even planning to get this project done. This project has been in desperate need by the community for all of this time. And we were hoping a couple of years ago that it might get in place. Now with, I feel like we're facing the last hurdle, and it would be very discouraging to see that this would be put on hold yet again. The Pathways Committee of Los Altos Hills has looked at this potential new routes for descending this hill. And there are several opportunities that can be done. None of them is going to require a great deal of work. I think that if Los Altos Hills is given the opportunity to do, to put plans in place, it would take very little effort on the part of Los Altos staff to just simply say, it is time to get this job done. I would like to see that it be done before the next rainy season, just because these muddy slopes are a danger for all of the people who use the Redwood Grove. Also, I think that Los Altos Hills or the town of Los Altos has invested an enormous amount of resource into improving all of the landscaping in the Redwood Grove, and putting in this additional pathway will only enhance all of the efforts that you've already put in place. And I do hope that you will approve this project at last. We've been waiting for it for a long, long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Tonka, are you there?
I am. Kavita Tanka, Mayor Los Altos Hills. Good evening, Mayor Flygore and esteemed council members. It's great to be here at your meeting tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Mayor Flygore, I have to commend you on your hat tonight. Thank you for wearing it, and thank you for being such a sport. I'm here tonight to request that in the spirit of being good neighbors that work together for our joint communities, you consider the request to look at the Redwood Grove Connector Trail from Los Altos Hills to Redwood Grove. As you may remember, Los Altos Hills County Fire District provided the city of Los Altos Hills with the Santa Clara County Battalion Chief 24/7 at no cost, but an estimated cost of $1 million, which was no cost to your city when you negotiated the last fire service contract. I ask that you direct the city manager of Los Altos to work with our Hills staff and come back to you with recommendations. That's all we ask at this time. This pathway would allow our Hills residents to access Shaw Park, and in doing so, alleviate the pressure on parking in and around the park. Further, the reality is that in this pandemic year, a lot has been learned. What is more important than health and happiness? The ability for our residents and for your residents to be outdoors and to be able to walk to our parks and open spaces. That is what kept people going during this pandemic. Further, the reality is that this path has already been in informal use for many years, actually 15 years. So why not do the right thing and formalize it? I urge you to consider this today and to work with our staff to come back to you with recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tonka.
Sorry, our next speaker is Roberta, followed by Robert Elson. Roberta.
Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone. So I did write you quite a long note on this topic, so I won't repeat everything that I said. But I do think that it would be appropriate to wait until you do the CIP projects. You have so much on your plate. Gabe England, obviously evaluated this, and I think we should, do the priorities. It's been a tough year for all of us. And I think it would just be wise to delay this until we have more staff on board and until we're able to complete some of the priorities we currently have. Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta.
Our next speaker is Robert Elson, followed by Janine Valdez. Mr. Elson.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I am Bob Elson. I'm the chairman of the Pathway Committee for Los Altos Hills. I'd like you to support this resolution. It's only to formally explore this trail. It's a native trail. There's already a trail in place. It's just an unsafe trail because it's carved on a very severe slope. All we're looking to do is extend the portion that is safe and connect to your existing trail. With that, you have access to our 80+ miles of off-road trails and roadside trails. In addition, your own master plan in 2012 calls for the connection to Los Altos Hills through Redwood Grove. And in addition, our City Council in 2018 and 2019 formally approved funds for the construction of this path. At present, all we're looking for is you to agree on this resolution so we can formally talk to the staff. We've already talked informally. We've had great discussions with Dave Breeze, Donna Legge, Jim Sandoval. We'd like to continue with the consent of the City Council. So please pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Janine?
Hello, good evening. I forgot to do this last time. I want to make a disclosure that I'm a park commissioner, but I'm speaking as a private resident in the past comment I made and in this and future comments. I support the ordinance. It is, after all, as was just stated, an endorsement of an exploration. We should never refuse exploration. We should not snub our noses at the contributions offered by our sister city or town. And we need to understand the possibilities, assess the environmental impact, which I assume will be deeply considered, and formalize access between the two cities along a route that is safe, beautiful, and open to all who love nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. I don't see any more hands. City Clerk, do you?
No, I do not.
Thank you. So
Nope.
let's bring it back to council for discussion, and I'm happy to get us started. So I appreciate the question that Councilmember Lee Eng asked our city manager earlier, and it was good hearing his response. I am still inclined to support this resolution for many reasons, and I'll start with, we just adopted the firearm storage ordinance, and one of the reasons was because of public safety. This is safety in another way, because we do have Los Altos residents and Los Altos Hills residents using this pathway, and it is not safe. And so the request to explore whether or not we want to do this could potentially lead to having a safe pathway for our residents, for kids, and just for the entire community. It's not a situation where if we build it, they will come. They are already there using this very unsafe pathway. And so I support having our staff work with Los Altos Hills staff. And I appreciate one of the members of the public who said we have talked informally and this will just formalize the exploration of the options available. I think part of the process would also involve our Parks and Rec Commission. And we know that we have very smart experts on our commission who I'm sure would be able to make tremendous contribution to the work and maybe reduce the impact on staff. So my inclination is, and everything you heard from Mayor Tonka and everybody else about, supporting outdoor space, we just went through and are still in the middle of COVID where, outdoors also ties in with public health and the importance of having safe space for everyone to enjoy. And this would allow for that if after the exploration and they come back to say, yes, this is something that's recommended. So I do support us taking this first step. And so my inclination is to support this resolution. And as Mr. England said, it may mean taking staff off of another project we may have identified as a priority. And I would prefer if staff came back and said, assuming we get majority or more of us tonight saying we support this, coming back to say, well, if we're gonna do this, then this is the project we'll recommend you defer, or these are the projects that are comparable that we'd recommend deferring. But I would not want to defer this item only because we already identify our priorities. When things like this come up and they involve public health and public safety, and we also have our sister city, as someone said, offering to help financially with staff resources, and this is something that's been a priority for the communities for years. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for this council to say, yes, let us support exploring this. Let's figure out how to do it and move forward. So, that's where I am right now. I will go to Councilmember Meadows for her comments.
Thank you, Mayor. So, reading the staff report and then listening to the discussion, and thank you, Councilmember Liang, for asking the question, both in our written questions ahead and in tonight's meeting, and Mr. England for your response. I'm still, despite the discussion, largely coming down where the mayor expressed. As I read the staff report, staff actually recommended exploration. They identified the disadvantage is that a future project may impact staff time and resources. And I think we all acknowledge that to be the case, but we're not talking about the project right now. We're talking about the exploration. I have trust and faith in staff to take, if they were to get direction today to go and explore, to then come back with us with the options for prioritization. And also we might find that the collaboration works so well and the hills are so generous that it actually takes very little resource on our part. So I will support this resource, this exploration. And I do think that staff recommended it, unless Mr. England wants to contradict that in the staff report. But despite giving us an appropriate dose of reality, we can't get something for nothing. I think the exploration should be a relatively low cost, and then you'll let us know exactly what it will entail in the future.
And thank you, Councilmember Meadows. For clarity, we're not contradicting the staff report. We do support exploration of it. We're trying to slot it in as part of the normal process. It will take staff time to review and set up, and once we involve the Parks and Rec Commission, that then involves further staff time to support that commission. So for clarity, and I didn't mean to give a confusing answer, we do support the exploration. We're trying to make it part of the normal process.
You're muted, Mayor, but I'm finished if that's what you were asking.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also want to thank Councilmember Liang for pulling this off of the consent calendar. It was not something I was planning to do. When we first got our packet for tonight's meeting and I saw this agenda item, just glancing at it on the agenda, I thought, well, I'm certain to support this. How could I not? And then I read through the agenda packet and I read through that item and I read through the item a second time and I read through it a third time. And I was really kind of surprised at myself. I was thinking very much along the lines of Councilmember Liang. This is going to take staff time. At some point, it's going to divert resources from other projects, from other priorities. Is this something we need to do? Is this something we want to do? And I sort of machine gun staff with a lot of questions that were raised in my mind after having read the report. My inclination a week ago, 5 days ago, was maybe not to support this, but I'm thinking about what it is that we do as a city that is really useful, that was really used by our residents and our neighboring residents. And this path is clearly something for which there is a demand. And I haven't seen a study on it. I suspect there are probably more residents from Los Altos Hills using it than from Los Altos. But that path will allow residents from Los Altos to access Los Altos Hills and the extensive trail system that it has. And I think that there is a real public benefit to that. More so than that consideration, I think that this council, prior iterations of this council, made a commitment to Los Altos Hills. And in the interest of being a good neighbor and cooperating with our cities, and with the knowledge that there's going to be time in the future when we look to Los Altos Hills or our other neighbors and say, hey, we'd like to collaborate with you, and maybe this project might be more beneficial to Los Altos on the surface than to you. I think it's important that we keep in mind that we want to work cooperatively, we want to be good neighbors, and for those reasons, I'm willing to support the resolution. I had not given consideration to what the mayor said a short while ago. I think that the mayor's comments are very compelling, and that this really is a public safety issue. I hadn't even really thought of that, although it was certainly noted in the staff report, but that really should be and is a major consideration. So I'm in favor of the resolution for those reasons.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the mayor of Los Altos Hills for getting us back on track in terms of a commitment that we made a couple of years ago, and for being here tonight. I want to thank the mayor for bringing this forward, and I want to thank our city manager for being frank about the situation. I've gone back and forth about this because I have in one ear one of my former colleagues who's famous for saying, if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority, and then nothing gets done. And we certainly have had some of that difficulty. And I do not think that we can say, oh, well, that won't take much staff time, because it will take staff time. It will take more staff time than any of us know, because this isn't our business. This is the city manager's business, and it's the engineering department's business. And in addition, all of us know that there's what you call opportunity time, where you have to shift back and forth between projects. We have no shortage of projects. So while I would like to support this, I would like to support this in a way that says this comes back to us in December, which I believe is the schedule we have, for looking at our CIP projects, which we deferred. We deferred work on a whole bunch of things. And for the staff to come back and say, this is when we think we can do this, how we think we can best do this, how we think we can best fit this in, given the other projects that we have and the staffing available. I don't think any of us can forecast right now how long those two positions that Mr. England mentioned are going to be vacant, when we're going to be able to fill those, and what it's going to take for the people we select for those positions to come up to speed on everything else that's going on in our city. So I would like to support this and thank the city of Los Altos Hills for their continuing commitment for the funding, but we should not fool ourselves. This is going to cost us, and in time and staff that right now we don't have. And while I know the staff always wants to say yes, they want to say yes, and they want to say yes to everything we're interested in doing, and they want to say yes to everything that makes Los Altos a better place, which this would be. But we also have a responsibility as the policymakers not to overcommit our staff. And I think we would be doing a disservice if we said, let's go ahead with this now and worry about the impact later. I think that's a mistake. We have a responsibility to say, let's say we want to do this, but let's put this in a framework when we look at our CIP in December and see where it fits and make a decision as to how exactly we want to plug it in timeframe and staff resources going forward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee Ang.
I appreciate the enthusiasm for this project. I agree with many of the comments made this evening, but I think I would feel more comfortable now that the Vice Mayor had proposed a suggestion. And I think what is important for me is to better understand which project may possibly get impacted. So I would like to move forward on this, but I just would like it coming back again for discussion in December with a clear understanding on which priorities or projects of ours will be affected. So that said, I am willing to move forward as well, but I'd like some clarification going forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee Ang. And I do want to go back to Mr. England to clarify something. We have at least 2 council members proposing that we revisit this in December. I support moving forward with it now. We have Los Altos Hills ready to move forward and work with us to bring this to reality if possible. And so I don't want to lose that opportunity. But I do want to look to the city manager to let us know if there's really, if we were to say today, if there's 3 or more council members who support the resolution without putting a timeline of December on it, could the city staff really get started? Would you even be in a position to get started today, or are we really looking at a 3-month start time? And so we would be in December, regardless if we insert that in the motion tonight.
Mayor, I do think there would be a lag in the start time, just naturally due to the vacancies in the positions that we mentioned. If we did hear 3 council members wanted us to move forward with this tonight, we would prioritize this as a project that we want to complete, and we would move the exploration to the front of the line. To your point, I think with the vacancies, there probably would be a natural lag while we onboarded new staff to their positions.
And then the follow-up to that then is if it moves to the front of the line, but you're not able to get to it until December, I imagine, or for a couple of months, I imagine that would be part of the discussion where we learn about the other projects that may need to be delayed because of this exploration.
Again, now that's more of a hypothetical or a question I have to speculate on. I think the best way to answer is if we hear 3 council members voting in the affirmative tonight, this project becomes a priority for us. And I'm unsure of the total downstream impacts of that. But we know that staff has a lot of projects. So I'm sorry if I'm not answering directly, but I'd be speculating a little bit. We'll do the best we can to complete all of the projects that council has prioritized.
Okay. Because I am still prepared to support the resolution, and I would defer to staff for me to come back to say, as a result of whether it's next month or December, as a result of 3 or more of us saying we support it, this is what happened, as opposed to deferring starting this or starting to talk to Los Altos Hills as soon as possible, as soon as we're staff ready. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to make sure that I'm clear, this resolution is simply for staff to explore the feasibility of putting in a new path with the city of Los Altos Hills in input and future cooperation. This is approving this resolution would not approve an actual CIP to build it, correct?
That's
okay.
correct.
Just want to make sure I'm clear on that. And then my second question, I recall that when we were talking about the CIPs, we asked staff to hold off for 6 months before doing what doesn't absolutely have to be done, because we wanted to make sure that our finances were in order, what we were getting from the county, what we were getting from the Recovery Act. Given that we asked staff to hold off on a bunch of our CIPs that are scheduled to go forward this year, it seems to me that this might actually be the ideal time, if staff has the personnel to do it, for them to dedicate someone to work with the city of Los Altos Hills and see whether or not it's feasible to install a new path. What is that a fair assessment?
Councilmember Weinberg, I don't think that would change the earlier assessment. Again, the people that we would dedicate to this will be vacant, having separated from the city. We would need to rehire them. Again, we're happy to make this a priority if council votes in the affirmative, and we're happy to reprioritize the work that we currently have. And to the mayor's point, we can follow up with an email or a memo that says here's how we've reshuffled, so council is aware. The point we're trying to make is we kind of don't understand the total impact. If it goes to parks, that's a larger impact. If it's just review, that's a smaller impact. Who we assign it to. So again, we were asking, we support the approval. We're just asking for a normal order of process.
Thank you.
So I see some hand raised by council members, but I do want to better understand what you just said, Mr. England. So as part of the direction tonight, are you looking for council to direct whether or not we want it to go through the Parks and Rec Commission?
Sorry, Mayor. No, I think once the exploration has begun, assuming it's approved, it'll find a natural and normal path.
Thank you. Councilmember Meadows. Oh, I see our city attorney has her hand raised. Ms. Houston.
Now I'm frozen. Oh, no.
Hear you. Your picture is frozen, but we can hear.
But you can hear me. Okay. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Weinberg's question about what you're doing tonight. And specifically, it's just to explore the options. You are not committing to a project. And I want to make it very clear for the record that, you know, this is just to see if the council would like to do this, because before we do this project and before you approve funding and you approve going forward with the project, we will have to do CEQA. So I want to make sure that there is no pre-commitment from the council tonight. It's just to explore the options.
Thanks for that reminder, Ms. Houston. Councilmember Meadows. No. Councilmember Meadows, you're
I was just going to say, if we approve the resolution, we're approving exploration, not the project, but the city attorney just said that. And so I repeated it anyway.
Okay, so let's see if we can do last question or comment from Councilmember Liang, last comment or question from Vice Mayor Enander, and maybe entertain a motion. Councilmember Liang.
My question is, because it's really not clear how much this exploration is going to cost. And that's why when Vice Mayor Enander proposed that we discuss this, we would be able to move forward clearly with more information on the costs, as well as gave staff time on bringing back information on what other projects would be hampered. So I just needed to better understand, do we have an idea on the costs right now?
Mr. England?
Mayor, I believe for the exploration, Los Altos Hills is bearing the costs.
Okay, I thought it said 50% of the cost. So is it full cost now?
Actually,
Or they're going to offer to pay for the design and construction, right? So is it full cost? Just to clarify.
Let Mr. Breeze or Mr. Sandoval confirm that.
Sure, yeah. My understanding in meetings with Los Altos Hills is that they had budget to pay for the entire process, you know, the exploration and then design, construction, and reimbursement to the city for maintenance.
Oh, and then this will be the full maintenance going forward as well, correct?
Correct.
Assuming we approve a project down the road. We're not there yet.
No, I just needed to clarify, so thank you.
Okay, last question, Vice Mayor Enander, or comment?
Sure, last question is, if we approve this tonight, what is the result, the product? When will we know that we have done our exploration? What will have happened? How will we know we're to the next, whatever the next step is? Because one of the typical problems we have is we kind of give direction on something, but we're not clear on outcomes. So I'd like to be sure I understand what the planned outcome is if we approve.
Staff.
I was waiting to see if
Would you like me to go, Gabe?
On his camera.
I'm happy to chime in. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Dave Breeze, the Special Projects Manager. What you are approving tonight is we've had informal conversations with the Hills and saying, hey, this could be something that's going on. We've been having those since I've been here with the city. As we go forward in doing this, we don't know what the size of the project's going to be. Is it a simple pathway that with a railing up there that's a hillside cut? Is it a formal staircase that comes in? What are the ADA impacts of this? What are all the different issues that are involved with this? There's been lots of different speculation on that. What this exploration would allow us to do was to have those conversations with the staff in the Hills to say, hey, let's define what the project is, how far left, how far right, what is the project itself. That's what we can bring back to council and say, hey, this is what we found out. This is what the Hills is agreeing to. This is what we think is fair for what we should be agreeing to, and present it back to you. Then it will go. This is just the normal process, as the city manager alluded to. once you guys have a defined scope, that's what we can take back to the commissions and say, this is what we're thinking about. What do you guys think? You receive their input and then bring it back to you for the final decisions. Where do we go forward from here? That's the work product I would see coming from this.
So this is with or without any design? That's where I'm confused.
It is with conceptual design. And when I say that, it's to be able to say, what is the hillside? What's the stability of that hillside? If we do something there that's going to destabilize that hill, that's going to be a problem. So what are the studies that we need to pursue, and what are the costs with that? And so that's, it's not coming up with the final design and locking in, but the Hills would secure a landscape architect who's familiar with this type of work to be able to say, hey, here's the feasibility study, here's the cost estimate. We would expect you're going to need X amount for CEQA, you're going to need X amount for ADA, you're going to need a landing at the top, you're going to need a landing at the bottom. These are the different things you're going to need for this project. And so without coming with a full-blown design, construction plans, construction drawings, a bid document, no, we're not talking about doing any of that at this time.
But soil studies would be a part of this exploration?
If required.
Yeah.
If that's what is intended. And at our current level, we don't have that expertise on staff to go out there and do that. And so as doing our due diligence as city staff, we would investigate all the different angles so that we would, at the end of the day, have a great new resource in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Breeze. Councilmember Weinberg, last question or comment, or are you ready to make a motion?
Madam Mayor, I was ready to make a motion, but given the loyalties displayed by your hat, if you'd like me to defer to you, I'm willing to.
I'm only loyal to Los Altos. Okay, let me pull it up, and I'm happy to make the motion and direct staff. I'm finding the appropriate language. Okay, I move that we adopt resolution number 2021-48, expressing support for the exploration of a formal pathway trail connection between Redwood Grove Nature Preserve and Fremont Road in Los Altos Hills, and directing the city manager to work with Los Altos Hills staff and the Parks and Recreation Commission, if necessary, to return to the city council with recommendations on the project.
Second.
Madam Mayor, would you entertain a friendly amendment to the motion, please?
I will listen to the friendly amendment. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to specifically strike the Parks and Rec Commission. Based on what we've heard so far, I think we ought to take that out of the possible scope.
So I intentionally inserted the word if necessary because that wasn't part of the language, but I don't want to tie our staff hands if they deem it necessary.
Okay, then fine, I understand that, but I will not vote for the motion under that circumstance.
Thank you. So motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
My hand is up to ask a question now that the motion has been made.
Okay, again, go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
So my question would be to the city manager, if he would prefer that we have it go to the Parks Commission, or what is your understanding on this process? And I'd like to better get an idea, because you were talking about going through the normal process. So if you can share that with me, that would be great.
We can't hear you, Gabe.
Of course. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Liang. I think as we go through the exploration, if we deemed it necessary to go to the Parks and Recreation Board at that time, then we'd schedule it. There's just too many unknowns to speculate on the path it may take. There's a lot of work to do. Depending on the trail, it could end up going to other commissions as well. So I'm just not sure where the exploration would go, but we're happy to take it to parks if necessary.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to make a friendly amendment based on that. So then you inserted the Parks Commission, then it should be Parks and other commissions if deemed necessary.
I would accept that. Based on what the city manager just said, I will accept that friendly amendment. Seconder of the motion, Councilmember Weinberg, do you also second it? I see a thumbs up. I'm saying this for the record. So with this amended motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg, City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ing,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander,
No,
and Mayor Fliger.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion passes 4-1.
thank you. And thank you, Mr. Breeze. You have a very busy evening. I was just at the unveiling of the mural at the Veterans Plaza, and I do want to recognize Mr. Breeze because he was specially thanked. So nice seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now we move to item number 9, which is the City Council norms and procedures. And we've had a couple study sessions on this. And now the action tonight is to adopt the updated norms and procedures for the city of Los Altos, and the city attorney will lead the discussion. Ms. Houston.
Okay. Hi, I had to get clicked off. Well, you have the red line version, but I do want to say that there's a few housekeeping items. It was brought up that in 8.11 and 9.2, it refers to section 1.5, and that should be corrected to refer to section 14. So that is one clarification. There was a question about 8.3 regular meetings, and in following up with the staff and also the deputy city manager, if the meeting schedule is set in December and following the Los Altos Municipal Code that was recently amended, if there is a cancellation of a regular meeting and an addition of another meeting, that addition would be considered a special meeting. And I think that is clear in the language, but if the council wants to look at that and make sure that that is clear to them, but that is what that section is supposed to say. And then there was one more clarification. I was questioned about the new 10.9 and the tentative calendar, because there is a monthly tentative calendar that's included in the packets, but then, and that is our practice. And then there is a quarterly calendar review, and that is put on the regular council agenda. And so I believe we're following the practice, which is it's in the agenda monthly, but then it is reviewed quarterly. So if the council wants to clarify that, that is what I've learned from staff about that. So if you want it to be, if you want to specify that even further, but that I believe this section meets what we do. There's a quarterly tentative calendar in the agenda, on the regular agenda, and then there is one that is included in the packet. So that's my understanding of it. And with that, those are my only cleanup sections, but those were some of the questions that that were asked of me, and I looked into them. So if there's some council persons that would like to discuss that, I think this would be the time so everybody gets to hear it at the same time.
Thank you, Ms. Houston. Let's start with questions. We'll do the normal process. So any questions for Ms. Houston on the proposed draft and the 3 issues she just brought up? Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yes, just to clarify, just so we're all clear, when you talked about the meeting portion on, like, if we are stating that if we vote on a calendar in December, and like next week's meeting, we changed it from the 4th Tuesday and made the 3rd Tuesday the regular meeting, we're allowed to do that, and it's not called a special meeting, and it will be recognized as a regular meeting. So just to be clear, that's what you're saying, because we voted on it in December.
Yes, yes, because you set the agenda in December, and so you can move those regular meetings around and set them in December, but then in the subsequent months, if they get moved around, then they become special meetings. That's my understanding of how the practice works.
Okay. And then I have a question. So I would have a question, and I don't know where it would fit in. So like the last meeting, it was brought to our attention and that Councilmember Weinberg applied for the Champions Institute. And then I was just wondering if going forward or somehow in here, we need to have it in training or have a discussion on the item, like other things we get to have a discussion on, for opportunities to have affirmation and to make sure that we have a process in which these opportunities can be discussed, so that everyone could have an equal opportunity, and to ensure that training opportunities that may be coming or leading to advocacy should be discussed. Also, I just wanted to make sure that if these continued programs are continued, we need to understand the commitment by council. So is this something that we would add to the norms?
So Councilmember Lee Ang, I think, so I'm gonna have Councilmember Weinberg explain the process. I don't think there was any city cost associated with this. I can have him explain how he learned about this program.
But it's not a cost issue that is for me. It's about process. So I just need to understand how we would put it in so we can have a process, so everyone would be able to follow such a process going forward.
So I will respond, and I know it's a question section and we can bring it back in the discussion, but I don't think there's anything preventing a council member from learning about training or professional advancement opportunities and signing up for them. So I don't think a process is necessary for us to do that. For me, if there was a cost associated with it where the city is paying for this individual to attend the training or seminar or whatever it is, then I do understand and I would support the concept of that should be made available and offered to everyone. But I don't think that was the case with Councilmember Weinberg's situation. And so I don't think, and again, this is just my reaction to it, I don't think we need a process to cover that type of opportunity. And so any other council members would like to respond to, I don't want this to turn into a discussion, and maybe we can put it on the list to come back to say if we want to add anything in our norms to address these types of opportunities, but that is just what I know of Councilmember Weinberg's opportunity and why for me, I wouldn't support a process for that type of opportunity. Okay. Any more questions?
I think it was just, yes, I do have another question. On 4.1, it states that we change the word from from will to may appoint someone. And I think that of because our intention was always to appoint residents of Los Altos. And so I don't know why we're changing the will to may. So could someone answer that? Or that was my question. I think I was more comfortable with will.
Ms. Houston, do you want to respond? I mean, I do remember us discussing it and there was consensus to change it to May, so it's not mandatory.
That was my recollection as well. And so, and it is the city's non-council standing commissions and committees. So they're not really city, I mean, there's a lot more flexibility there. So I believe the council's direction was we may be able to do that, but we won't have to do it, especially since they're non-council standing commissions and committees. So I think everybody wanted to, excuse me, a little more flexibility. That was my recollection.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I guess we can go to public comment, and then I could share my other positions after.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee and Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I intend to propose a change to the norms. Do you want that proposal now before public comment, or do you want the proposed changes after public comment?
Let's do it after Councilmember Weinberg, but if you have a question for the city attorney related to that proposed change, now would be the opportunity to ask her. So when we go to discussion, we can just start that process, unless you already have your answer.
I already have the answer. I don't need to ask the city attorney or staff a question about it.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Liang.
The proposed change, is this something that was discussed prior? Because I think it's important that if it's a proposed change that it's newly introduced, it would be good to have it now. And then public comment can also comment regarding the change.
That's a good suggestion, Councilmember Liang. So Councilmember Weinberg, maybe you want to pose it as a question, because I don't want the slippery slope of allowing discussion or comment now, and then I hear 2 meetings from now, but you allowed Councilmember Weinberg to make a comment during the question portion. So Councilmember Weinberg, go ahead and pose your proposed change as a question. Maybe the city attorney may have a suggestion or respond to it.
Well, I'm not quite sure how to make this a question. There is a change to the norms that I'm proposing. I've sent the proposed language to staff, and I believe that the city clerk has the text available to share when it's the appropriate time to do so. I concur with Councilmember Liang that if any of us have proposed changes, it might be useful to the public to see those ahead of time. But I also understand that this part of our meeting, this part of our discussion of the agenda item is for questions. So I don't know how to make this into a question.
So okay. So we're all by consensus going to agree, because of the type of action this is, we're going to allow council members to share so that the public can respond to it, any further changes they're going to propose tonight. What I don't want to happen is have other council members react and start discussing the proposed changes. So why don't you get us started, Councilmember Weinberg, with your list, and then we'll see if other council members have other proposed changes. We won't discuss them. This is really just to inform the public.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Then I would ask the city clerk to please put on the screen the language that I propose for a replacement section 6.8.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Everyone can see the screen and they're able to read through it. The substance of this modification to 6.8 is that it makes clear that the city's policy is members of the city council should not be receiving, responding to any text messages from members of the public or parties to city proceedings. This is a change from the 6.8 that we had previously discussed, which was members of the council may check their phones and receive messages in the case of a personal emergency. I would like us to reconsider that policy. We've seen that that policy has led to a very long series of meetings and really divided the city on the incident that happened last November. The reality is that we never go more than 2 or 3 hours without a break. I think it is not asking too much for members of the council to be incommunicado. If there is a family emergency that someone is truly concerned about, if it were me, I don't believe that I would even be able to participate in a meeting. I think if something is so dire or urgent that you can't focus on the meeting and doing the public business, then you really should be somewhere else rather than focusing half on a meeting and half on a family emergency. When we board a plane, we have to turn our phones into airplane mode. We cannot receive text messages. For those of us who are attorneys, who are litigators, when we go into court for a trial, we can't be responding to text messages. There are simply times where for several hours at a time, we go without checking our text messages. And based upon the incident that we had earlier this year, I think it's appropriate for this council to adopt that same policy.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. City Clerk, if you could stop sharing, thank you. Good, I can see everybody. Thank you. So we're not discussing.
Could you please put that back where we would have time? And I apologize to Councilmember Weinberg, but I'd like, about a minute of silence so I could read that.
So City Clerk, could you share the screen again? Thank you.
Is it large enough?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, you had requested time to read it. I want to make sure that you've had sufficient time. I see a thumbs up. Councilmember Meadows, Councilmember Lee Eng.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, City Clerk, you could, perfect. Thank you. So again, I'm looking to council members if they have proposed changes that they plan to make, if they could raise it now. I'm looking for virtual hands. Okay. Councilmember Lee Eng. Councilmember Lee Eng, do you have a proposed change?
Yeah, the other changes I had were like typos and stuff. So did you want me to go through them?
No, if there are typos, you can hold those till the end. Thank you, Councilmember Lee.
Okay.
And so with that, let us go to the public to see if we have any comments on the draft proposed norms, including the proposed language Councilmember Weinberg just shared. And again, now is your opportunity to comment on the language. Please raise your hand so we have an idea of how many speakers we'll have and can assign the right amount of time. So there's only one hand raised. Okay, now see 3, 4. Again, if you'd like to speak on item number 9 or norms and procedures, now is the time to do so. Okay, I only see 3 hands raised, City Clerk 4, so let's give each speaker 3 minutes.
Okay, our first speaker is Roberta, followed by Salim. Oops.
Hi, this is Roberta. So I do have a question because I am really confused. I know that the last meeting, it was discussed that you're going to have something about a center policy. Is that something that's going to come back at a different meeting and is not included in this? Could someone please answer me? So, because there is a lot of people that are very confused about that. Thank you.
So I can quickly answer that, Roberta. Yes, at the last meeting, when the request was made to add a censure or admonition language to the norms, or city attorney advised us that it's better to adopt a separate policy that lays out the process and procedures related to a censure or admonition. And so on our future agenda, we will bring back a proposed censure admonition policy, because there were at least 3 council members who supported bringing it back. So it would be a separate city council policy, not part of the norms and procedures. Okay.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, did you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I did hear you. Thank you very much. And just the second part of the comment, and thank you for answering me and the community, I would like for the city council members to be able to trust each other. And because I know that Sally Meadows said that she had an elderly father, and there are just circumstances that in case of an emergency, I'd like for council members to give the other council members the benefit of the doubt. So I think that this was agreed upon in the past. I'd like us to go back to what the red line says now and not change it to something more restrictive. Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta. Salim is next, City Clerk.
Yes, Salim, followed by Joe Bedonato.
Hi. I'll start when the timer starts. Hi, yeah, Salim. I am currently a Los Altos resident again. So I think it's pro-resident to support transparency and to support, just being above board, right? If there's some communication that's happening that people don't know about, that obviously is not in line with the spirit of the Brown Act. And I think it's better to have narrow exceptions that we carve out for extenuating circumstances. And I think it also would be good if we had a culture where the city council members knew they could just take a Tuesday evening off if there's something going on in their personal life. Like, your personal life often is more important. So yeah, I support the amendment raised by Councilmember Weinberg. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, Salim, and welcome back. Joe?
Thanks. Sorry, there was a delay on the mute button. Hi, everybody. It's Joe Bedonato. I want to thank Councilmember Weinberg for the suggestion. I didn't get a chance to to fully read through it quickly, but I support going even further and just not having the use of electronic messaging during meetings. I wrote to you guys, it wasn't in the packet, but I'm guessing you received the comments. We could have avoided a lot of pain this past year if Councilmember Liang had not been reading her messages. And I know that people have said, oh, she was waiting for news on somebody. But when a message from Keenan came in, she didn't have to read it. She didn't have to speak on it. She didn't have to do anything with it. And so, this notion that these emergencies come up, you could have a policy where a phone call could be made instead of messaging. You could have the person in the room next door, since you guys are all at home during COVID, come and get somebody if that was the case. So I don't buy this notion that emergencies need to come in over text and people need to be monitoring their phones 24/7. I think that it's just false, and it's not a real issue. It's a way to justify what had happened. And there are at least 2 examples in public records requests that show Councilmember Liang reading and responding to messages with various people during meetings, and it needs to stop. Other members of the public talk about trust. Well, that trust could exist if the messaging would stop and people weren't communicating during the meetings. So I hope that we get this taken care of so we can all move on and know that our meetings are not being handled in private on a closed communication channel that the other council members do not have access to and the members of the public do not have access to. With regards to censure, I still don't fully understand, any one of you could ignore all of the stuff in the norms right now, and there's no consequence other than the next election, perhaps. So I would hope that there is some methodology put in place. Maybe it's later. I was wondering what all the public comment about censure had to do with, since there's nothing in the current proposed norms that talk about censure. But I do agree that adding it at some point would be very useful. I appreciate you listening to my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Janine?
Our next speaker is Janine Valadas.
Okay. I have the same disclosure as I made last time as a park commissioner speaking as a private resident. I support Councilmember Weinberg's addition. I did have some, if you folks choose not to support that, I do have some edits to the document as it is redlined today. Specifically, the entire document, this is general, not related to 6.8. The entire document should change references to he or she to either they or he/she/they, to stay in touch with current practice at the highest levels. Secondly, in terms of 6.8, I believe that in the rare case of emergency calls to council members, assuming the council member had no idea they had an issue at home prior, there really should be a designated person to receive such calls. I like the idea of taking a break and letting that council member leave. Otherwise, there should be no communications with outside persons, and not even with other council members inside the meeting. Furthermore, I think the last sentence in the document, council members responding to such a message during the meeting shall do so in a manner that does not disrupt the meeting, is moot, given the made, and should be removed, because either the mayor needs to communicate with staff, and that's already been stated, or nobody else should be, or a break will be invoked so that the council member with a family emergency can leave. So that should probably go away. And then finally, in terms of censure, I sent in a public comment and my comments are written there, but it's really about accountability. And I personally do not see accountability as a partisan issue. The tables might very well turn, the other way from the November 2020 incident. It could be something else. And I think that all the citizens should be able to, all the residents of the city should have trust in their council members that they are not only of their own ethical stance of obeying the rules and following the spirit of the rules, as well as the letter of the rules, but that they're also very much aware of explicit accountability measures within the rules. I don't think that it's at all unusual for those kinds of clauses to exist in policies and procedures. In fact, the Institute for Local Government that helps guide California agencies to establish their norms, procedures, and policies very much prescribes and documents how agencies can establish their rules for whether you call it accountability or censure, admonition, reproval, whatever words you want to use. Accountability is very key because that basically sets the baseline for behavior and lets the public understand that there are consequences. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Janine.
Our next speaker is Renee Rashid. Renee?
Yep. Hi, this is Renee Rashid. I want to thank Councilmember Weinberg for his thoughtful amendment. I think it is vital for there to be transparency in a democracy, for democracy to work well. And this amendment ensures that all council members have the same information and not any additional information acquired through private means. So I fully support his amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. So no other public speakers, City Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
And because it's 9 o'clock, it's time for our break. Let me look at our agenda. We still have this item, item 11, item 12. I do think we can get to all these items before 11. We should be able to. So I will not defer or continue any items. So let's go ahead and take a 7-minute break. Well, an 8-minute break. Let's come back at 9:10. Thank you. We're just waiting on the, oh, here she is. Okay, it looks like everybody is back, so we will resume our meeting at 9:10 p.m. And we just closed public comment on this item, so we'll bring it back to council for discussion. And I know a couple council members already raised proposed changes. And so Council Member Weinberg, do you want to get us started? Do you have anything else to add to what you've already shared? And maybe we can have a discussion on that item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think I really have anything to add. We are all intimately familiar with the reasons that I gave for my proposed changes. We've heard from members of the public. I'm happy to make a motion if there is no discussion, or if other people have questions or would like to discuss it, that's fine.
Thanks, Councilmember Weinberg. Any comments or questions for Councilmember Weinberg on his proposed language? Vice Mayor Enander.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank Councilmember Weinberg for continually working on this to try to make it something that would be palatable to people. I'm sorry to say that it is still not palatable to me. I object to this on two fronts. One is that we are adults, and attempting to constrain our behavior in this way seems to me to be reflective of a notion that we're trying to play parent to our colleagues, and I think that that's inappropriate. The second is I have reacted strongly at some time to some of the language proposed in this area, and I would like to tell you why. Several years ago, my husband was visiting my daughter in Austin, Texas. I got a phone call. They had together been in an automobile accident. Thankfully, thanks to BMWs being very strong automobiles, and my daughter, who was broadsided, pushed into oncoming traffic and still managed to avoid a head-on collision, neither of them were seriously injured. As a mother, which some of us are, as a parent, because I don't belittle fatherhood any less than what I treasure with motherhood. As a parent, you never stop worrying about your kids, ever. Parenthood is a permanent condition. If I am serving on this council, I devote myself entirely to what's going on here. But if I were to get a repeated set of phone calls from 2, 3 immediate calls coming from my daughter's phone number, I would excuse myself from this body and take those phone calls, because I know she wouldn't be calling me at night, late, repeatedly, unless there was some sort of emergency. The notion that this body wants to say to me that I don't have the right to do that, I'm sorry, makes no sense to me.
Thanks, Vice Mayor Enander. Anybody else? Councilmember Meadows, Councilmember Lee Ang. Councilmember Meadows.
I'm going to ask if the city clerk could put that wording up again, and I'm sorry I don't have a copy of it, so it's hard to, as I was listening to what the vice mayor had to say, I wasn't sure that this would exclude that, but I just would like to look at this again. Can we take another minute to read it again?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I just want to note to the council, it was my goal to circulate this language well ahead of the meeting. I communicated with the city manager and the city attorney and was advised that there was no appropriate way to do it. So it was certainly not my intention to take the council by surprise. I really did want to circulate this, but was told under no uncertainties that it wasn't allowed.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to continue then with my question or statement or whatever. So thank you for putting this up again. Reading that was helpful. So I personally, we all have family situations, and I have a concern about a family situation. I did not actually read that as making us unaccessible or inaccessible to emergency calls. Regardless of that, and the Vice Mayor's story is compelling. I feel compelled by my own story, but I'm here. I want us to be transparent. I want us to be accountable. I've heard the public, looking for some reassurance that we're doing the best we can, and we all are, I know, but conducting the public's business. And so to me, this does not rule out emergency calls. You're right. If we get 3, I worry if I get 1 from one of my kids, I won't name him, but he'll know who I'm talking about. But so I'm not going to rule any of that out and dismiss the gravity of the situation, and we all do have concerns. That said, I'm not voting about my concerns. I would support something on the basis of the concerns of the community, that we are doing what we can to best represent them and to best be accountable. And to me, that language, again, I will look at it again, but it didn't rule out emergencies, but I would be willing to support that in the interests of transparency, even though I can imagine scenarios where I personally would have difficulty, but I'm not here representing my difficulties. I'm here trying to get the community through our difficulties.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Weinberg, can you address that? Because I read it differently. I do think it excludes taking calls or receiving messages related to family emergencies. So I just want to make sure that's clear to Councilmember Meadows.
My intent in drafting this language was no calls whatsoever, no messages, no electronic communications could be made during a meeting. Now, if your phone buzzes for 5 consecutive minutes because someone is trying to get a hold of you, I don't think there's anything that would preclude a member from excusing themselves from the meeting or asking for a recess because of a personal emergency that not at the 9 o'clock hour. And I don't think anyone would begrudge them for doing that. That at least would let the community know that, yes, someone is taking a message. If they're taking a message from a family member and they are stopping city business, so there is no risk of a Brown Act violation. I think, Councilmember Meadows, did I address your question or concern?
Well, I think so. I didn't, as the way you described it is more consistent with my reading, because if it doesn't specifically talk about that. I'm trying to get it away from my personal situation. That's not what, I'm here to decide things on. I think the community is asking for transparency, and if this is something that makes them feel comfortable that we're conducting business in the greatest transparency that we can as a council, then I will support that, despite whatever personal reservations I may have.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Lee Eng, do you have a comment on this?
I prefer not to comment on this because.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I will go next then. I was invoking my mayorship and reserving the time to talk last on this. So I'll start off with where I left off a minute ago. I actually do read this as being very restrictive, where it doesn't allow for emergency messages or calls. Because that second section, and I Romanet 2, it basically excludes everything else apart from looking at the city documents and agenda items and things that are accessible by the public. And so I do think it's excluding it, and that concerns me as well. I also am concerned that this actually would not solve the problem it appears we're seeking to address. So, you know, I remember when we were discussing the firearms storage ordinance again, someone asked about enforcement. If someone were to be reading text messages during the meeting, especially, and I also think this has a lot to do with the fact that we're in the middle of COVID and we're doing virtual meetings, where, you know, you're only seeing my rectangle here. And there's no way for you to know if I'm reading a text message from a resident versus a family member. And so I'm also concerned about, you know, putting in a restrictive norm that really, what we're really trying to prevent, this will not fix. And hopefully once we're back in person, because I remember in person, we're all sitting up on the dais. You know, former council member Bruins is a great example where she would have her phone out and she would tell us that, you know, things are happening in her family. And so she may get a phone call. And so we are all aware of that. She's not on her phone checking it constantly, but it's out in front of her. And that, unfortunately, we're not able to do here in this virtual environment because the only thing you're seeing is this rectangle. And so I wouldn't want us to rush to adopt a norm just based on what we're experiencing right now during virtual meetings, because I do think the concern would be addressed differently in person. And I also think, honestly, like the problem we're trying to solve will not be solved by this restrictive norms. If there are council members today or in the future who are going to communicate via text message, you know, they will do it and they'll figure out a way to do it. I think it comes back to what the vice mayor said about being adults and having the rules in place and saying exactly what either the current draft says or even taking Councilmember Weinberg's version. The only thing I would add, honestly, is Romanet 2. I would still carve out that exception for emergencies. But I'm totally fine with the rest of the language. I'm just very uncomfortable with that second section where it doesn't have that carve out for emergencies. And we all have text messages. And when you get a text message, as we all know, the person's name shows up. You don't read you don't see the message. And so presumably if you get a message from a non-family member, a friend, you're not going to open that message during the meeting. You're just going to wait till after the meeting. But if a message, you know, comes in from a family member, that could be an emergency. Those are the types of messages I would want to be able to quickly read to see if everything is okay with my parents or my in-laws or my kids. So that's what gives me reservation. And to Councilmember Meadows' point about, you know, trying to step back and not make this personal. It is personal because we're all council members, and it's restricting us from accessing messages if messages come in that are messages from our families and it relates to an emergency. So Councilmember Weinberg, I am going to look to you because I get it. I support the intent. I support the purpose. I don't think we as council members should be reading text messages or any kind of messages from residents that the rest of us aren't seeing. It violates the Brown Act. So I completely agree with what you're trying to prevent. But I'm going to put it back to you. I know your strong skill sets. If there is a way for us to get where you want us to be without restricting our access to if there's an emergency. And the idea that a member of the public brought up about maybe having a third party, a city clerk or someone take the messages. I wouldn't want to put that burden on our city clerk to be checking calls coming in from potential family members with emergencies. And there has to be a way for our family members to reach us if there's an emergency. And your proposed language, especially Romanet 2, doesn't allow us to do that. So I'm going to go back to you, Councilmember Weinberg, to address that.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for sharing your concerns about the proposed language. It probably would go without saying, but I have a family, I have young children, I have a wife. I care for my elderly mother until she passed away several years ago. I'm very close with my in-laws, and they're getting up in years as well. I do understand the very real family concerns everyone has. And God forbid I were to find out that something happened to someone I care about and I'm responsible for, and it took me 2 extra hours to find out because of a council meeting. I'm well aware of what that would feel like. Let me just talk about several of the issues that were raised, though. One of them is things are going to change when we get back into public, and I think that there is merit to that argument, but nevertheless, I don't think that my proposed amendment will affect that. I don't think that having this policy in place is diminished because the ability for someone to check a message, even when they know they're not supposed to, will itself be diminished because it's harder to do that in public. If the policy is there, the policy is there. What disturbs me is that we're talking about this proposed language as if we're in a vacuum, and we're not. There was an incident in November of last year. We were told that there was a family emergency, but the council member who had the family emergency was at home. There were other people in the house who could have been notified about the family emergency and said, hey, we need to take care of this. When I get a text message on my telephone, I see that there's a message from my wife, or a text message from my best friend, or a text message from one of my kids. I do not see what the message, I do not see the contents of the message, and I don't know if that's a setting on my phone or if that's common, but most people I know, that's how it works. If I am concerned about a family emergency and I see that I have received a text message from a constituent during a meeting, I know that reading that text message would be a violation of the Brown Act. We had an incident a year ago where a member did not think that through, think that way. And because of everything that happened in the wake of that incident and the explanations that were given, which quite frankly, I think a lot of members of the public find problematic. I think that it is incumbent upon the council to recognize what did happen. And even though the norm 6.8 that I'm proposing doesn't have a cop that sits with us throughout all of our meetings, it's a statement of policy, and it's a recognition that something happened that was not supposed to happen. And we want to make sure that our values, our norms state this is not supposed to happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Any other discussion on this item? And I have a running list, and I'm sure the city attorney does as well, and we'll go back through the list, and this will be on the list of what we're going to incorporate in the final draft. But any other discussion or questions on this item? I don't see any hands. So then let me keep going down the list. And Councilmember Lee Ang, you had raised typos. That's something that we're gonna have you just send to us, and we don't need to go through typos in this meeting. But are there any substantive changes or comments you would like to make on the proposed draft? Can you hear me, Councilmember Lee Ang?
Yeah, no, it's okay. I don't want to make any.
But please send in your the typos to the city attorney. Okay. So I'm going to go down the list that I have. So the reference to 1.5, the city attorney said she would change that to section 14. On section 8.3, I read the language. I think it's clear what would be a regular meeting, what would be a special meeting. but does any member of the council believe we need to fine tune it more to clarify what's a regular meeting versus what would become a special meeting? Okay, I don't see
I
any.
think the language can be cleaned up to be a little bit clearer. I just think it's a little bit confusing.
So have the city attorney add maybe a sentence that says, what is a special meeting? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, Mayor, if I might, I had the same reaction when I read that. I had to read it twice, and I did query the city attorney about this because it seemed just kind of unclear that you can change you set your regular meetings in December. After that, any change, any additional meeting or change to that of any sort is then considered a special meeting. And to me, that's like, black and white, but it doesn't read that way.
Okay. City attorney, do you have the language changes that you want to share so we can incorporate it? I can come back to you on that one. I'll come back to you on 8.3. Yeah. And then going on to 10.8 on the tentative calendar, adding language that clarifies that we have it on or informational item on every agenda, but every quarter it's a discussion item where we actually get to look at it and discuss it. So we would add that language. Okay. On the question raised by Councilmember Liang on training opportunities, is there interest in adding something? We already have a training section. And I already shared my thoughts on this, which is I think if there's a city cost associated with it, then we should make it available to all council members. And I'm assuming that's the practice, but any thoughts on actually putting that in black and white? I'm looking for hands. And I can see everybody on my screen. So if you want to raise your real hands, that's fine as well. Vice Mayor?
I think we've sometimes had the practice, like with the Cities Association, of paying for 2 people to go. But given the quality of what is offered there and the importance of those communications, I wonder if, and we've done it in the past, I think out of some concern about, Brown Act or something, but I don't have an issue with Brown Act. You and I were there together. We hardly ever saw each other. So and I don't know that it's something that needs to belong in here, but when there are those kinds of opportunities, I would hate to see us limiting ourselves unduly.
Right.
I don't know that it requires a change in the norms. That's something for the city attorney to comment on.
No, I agree. And since I've been on council, I think every opportunity where the city is covering the cost, an email goes out or we discuss it here. I'm not aware of a situation where one council member got approved to do something that we paid for that wasn't offered to other council members.
And I also think that we have under our AB 1234, the costs have, I think that there needs, does this council report on the meeting? And when the city sends you there and then you come back and you report and it's all
Yeah,
part of the.
I tried to find that, Julie, because that was my memory also, and I couldn't find where that is, because I know the one time I went to something that was not a cities association, but it was a training thing, that I came back and I provided a written report and an oral report at the next council meeting.
That was my recollection too, and I thought it was somehow part of our AB 1234 training, but I can look at that, or maybe John Maginot and I can try to figure that out. But that was my recollection when the city paid or co-paid or co-sponsored you to go to an event, you came back and you reported on it. So the rest of the council knew where you were and what you did, and you shared that information. So we can follow up on that.
But I think Councilmember Liang's question is not the after, it's the before. Like if there are opportunities that the city is going to cover the cost, we should make sure those opportunities are made available to everybody. And I know we do that. I'm not aware of when someone secretly gets to go to something that the city pays for. Okay, so I'm going to keep going on my list.
Well, that was Just to clarify on that, my
Right.
hand was up.
Go
So
ahead.
it isn't about, it's not about secret attendance. It's about making sure that opportunities are available for everyone. Because like before, the conferences was only limited to 2 people. So I think, why are we limiting it? So that's my concern. And only this time did we discuss opening it up to everyone else.
Are we talking about the conference in Sacramento or the training opportunity that Councilmember Weinberg is doing?
No, the conference in Sacramento, like when we went to
Long Beach.
Where is that?
And I
Long
went,
Beach.
yes.
Yes, but it was limited. So I was just wondering, because it is a good opportunity for all council members to have access.
So the practice
So
in
it
Los
shouldn't
Altos.
just be.
No, Councilmember Liang, we had this discussion with former interim city manager Brad Kilger, where we talked about whether or not we wanted to make the exception this year and have more people go. And I remember, you can watch the meeting, you're like, you thought about it, and then you said, no, it's fine, you two go.
No, but that's not the point. My point is, we have to have the discussion. Why do we, it should just be, like you said, the invitation should be sent to all council members, and all council members can respond if they're interested. We didn't need to have had the discussion to exceed the 2.
So that would be a change in
going forward in the future.
So that
Correct.
would be practice. And again, you know, this year it's Sacramento versus when you and I went 2 years ago, it was Long Beach. So there was airfare and more costs involved. But I think we're going to table that. I completely know what you're saying. We can table that and figure out maybe starting next year. You know, we don't limit it to 2 people, but anybody who's interested, we make it just part of our budget, no matter where it is. And I am supportive of that. So I think, you know, as many of us interested should be allowed to go to the conferences. I think they're very beneficial. And so I think that's something we should talk about next year. Okay, so I'm going to keep going. There was a member of the public that made 2 recommendations that I jotted down. One was to delete the last sentence in 6.8, and I agree with her. If we keep 6.8 as it's currently drafted, that sentence no longer applies. And so we still have to discuss 6.8 with Councilmember Weinberg's suggestion, but she's correct. There's also the suggestion to change the pronouns, and I'm supportive of that. That's not something we need to do now. It can go in the typo bin. When the city attorney and Trevor work on this, they can make those changes. And that's all I have on my list. Did I miss anything, city attorney?
No, I think we've got, you know, just adding that section 14 instead of 1.4. I'm supposed to work on 8.3 to clarify that.
Do you have that language now?
Well, I have some language. So it says the city council shall conduct its regular meetings at the time and place established by ordinance. At the first regular meeting in December, the city council will approve the schedule of, I was going to add, of its regular meetings for the next calendar year, which in addition to the regular meetings as scheduled, comma, may include the cancellation of regular meetings and the addition of special meetings and study sessions. Does that get it? No?
So I was thinking an additional sentence that just spells it out. If a meeting is not on the city council approved regular meeting schedule, then that meeting is deemed a special meeting.
Okay. Does that work for everybody?
I mean, it is. I mean, that's what we're saying.
That's way too plain language.
Plain English. Councilmember, what we're gonna do 6.8. Is that why you're raising your hand? Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg.
No, it's on the calendaring.
Okay.
Mayor, I like your suggestion. I think it's great that, I know that all of us on the council understand why this is important, but would the city attorney mind just explaining to the public why it's important to have this, why to distinguish between special and regular meetings?
Good point.
Okay, just for the council and members of the public, it's very important about a regular meeting or a special meeting when we are adopting an ordinance, because under the government code, you may introduce an ordinance at a special meeting or a regular meeting. However, you may not adopt an ordinance unless it's a regular meeting. And this comes up once in a while where we have to adopt like a new sewer fee ordinance, and we're trying to get it in before the new sewer rates are imposed. So it does come up, and we do have to make sure that we only adopt ordinances at a regular meeting. So and if we cancel them and we move them around, then sometimes it impacts some of our ordinances that we're adopting. But that is what's in the government code, and we're bound as a general law city to follow the government code.
Thank you, Ms. Houston, and thanks, Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Lee Ang.
That sentence still doesn't make sense, because where you say the schedule of meetings for the next calendar year, which in addition to the regular meeting schedule may include the cancellation of regular meetings and the addition of special meetings and study sessions. But the main point is those addition of those special meetings can be construed as regular meetings. For example, a prime example is what's happening within the next 2 weeks. We have a regular meeting, but it's set as a special meeting, but it's recognized as a regular meeting. Do you understand? Yes, because it's not, because in the packet that we got, it's not recognized, it's recognized as a regular meeting. Otherwise, the language in the packet we got for next week should be recognized as a special meeting.
No.
No.
It adopted September 21st in December on our regular schedule.
Correct. But I think that's why this language, how it's written, is not stating that.
Yeah, I agree. There's not a straightforward.
That the special meeting is being recognized as a regular meeting.
Yeah, and that's weird. That's just weird language.
So that's the original language. I want to make sure everybody understands. This is not language that the city attorney recently drafted. So if we want to look at it to say at the first regular meeting in December, the city council will approve the schedule of meetings for the next calendar year, which in addition to the regular meeting schedule. So I think we just say, which shall be the council's adopted regular meeting schedule, period.
That'll be better.
Yeah, I don't think we need all this may include, and then a separate sentence says, if the council schedules a meeting that is not part of the adopted regular meeting schedule, then that meeting shall be deemed a special meeting. Period.
Special meeting or study session.
Or study session.
That's better.
Okay. And city attorney? Okay. All right. Thank you. We're going to go back to 6.8 because that's the only one left. I have a proposal for Romanet 2. City Clerk, if you could please bring up the language again. Because I think the opening paragraph and Romanet 1 is very similar to what we have in our packet. So what if we add to 6.82 that if a council member receives a message or phone call that is a family emergency, that they should ask for a break? Because that would mean if you're checking your messages during the meeting, you're in violation, because what you should do is take a break if you receive a message or a phone call that's an emergency. So if you see someone on their cell phone, they're violating the policy, because you should not be on your cell phone. If you receive a message, you ask for a break because of a family emergency. Does that make sense, Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang, do you have a comment?
So, yes,
Go ahead.
this language here then precludes me from receiving messages from the city attorney. At times, she needs to communicate with me during a meeting.
And that was actually in the 6.8 language. Again, it's because of COVID. When we're in person, as you know, the city attorney would run over, or we'd run over to the city attorney. But there are times when the city attorney does need to communicate with us. And in the draft language for 6.8, we did contemplate that. And that's why we said, matter of fact, it actually only said the mayor. Because I know there's sometimes the city attorney will need to communicate with me as well. So city attorney, do you want to speak to that? Do you think it's important to make clear that you may need to communicate with us via electronic means during meetings?
I'm not sure that we have to put it in your policy, because the communications are, I mean, if I was at the meeting, I would say, Mayor, you need to open the public hearing, or if I raise my hand, or I would say, there are certain communications that I would say privately or to the council member at a break. So I don't think it needs to be in the policy, because this policy is for council members, not for me.
Right, you're sending it to us. Okay. Any other questions? And I do want to come back to the language that I'm proposing adding to Romanet 2. It would, it would stay as is, but it would say, at the end, if a council member were to receive a message or phone call,
Would you like me to type that in?
yes, but I'm also thinking out loud. It really, yes, if a council member, so we may not read electronic communications. If a council member receives a message,
Receives an electronic communication.
That may be a family emergency. The council member should request a break in order to address, or should request a break. And maybe should be 2 words, but we can clean up after. Maybe the consummate should request a break in the council meeting. Or should request or ask the mayor, should ask the mayor to take a 5-minute break in order to, I'm trying to pull the language back. So the council, I'm reusing the language, so the council member can address the issue. And then we could even add a stronger sentence there that says, the council member, however, should not read the message during the meeting. So if I get a message, and even for Romanet 2 at the beginning, we should say, except as provided in section 6.81, comma. Okay, reactions to this language, and I'm just trying to react to the comments I've heard. Councilmember Weinberg.
Mayor, thank you for this proposal. I think that this addresses everyone's concerns. Very small corrections, except as provided in section 6.8 dot little I.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And then in the new language, if a council member receives an electronic communication which the member believes to be a family emergency.
Even better. And I don't like the 5 minute, I mean, take a break.
The council member should ask the mayor to take a break. And then just to be consistent, the council member should not read the electronic communication or just the communication.
Okay, Vice Mayor Enander, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I'm confused, but I'm not a lawyer, so that's not a surprise.
Okay,
The dependent clause that begins to, I'm not sure what that's doing, except as provided in the above paragraph. The above paragraph says you can't use your phone. So I don't know what except as provided in the above, which says you can't use your phone. You can't read your phone. That whole first sentence, I don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't get it.
One is actually saying when you can do it. It's saying you can do it to do note taking, look at public documents. So that's what Romanet 1 is saying you can do. And so that's why Romanet 2 would say, except as provided in section 6.8, except as what you're allowed to do under 1, blah, blah, blah.
So 1 is allowing you to accept communications? Because I don't see where anything in 1 allows you to accept communications.
Paragraph sub 1.
It allows you to take notes, to access documents that are available to the public. It doesn't allow you to accept any communications.
It mandates that members of the council should only use electronic devices for personal use. So for instance, at this meeting, I'm typing my notes on a city-provided surface, and the notes are being saved automatically to my city-provided OneDrive account on the cloud. I'm using my device and I'm accessing my personal files.
Right.
But I'm not using it. I'm not permitted to use it to get messages.
I know the problem. So for Romanet 2, it should say the council member may not use electronic devices to read. So after Brown Act in Romanet 2, Andrea, it should say the council member may not use electronic devices to read blah, 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 because it ties it to one where we're talking about use of electronic devices to read electronic communications.
Okay, I'm sorry, I lost you.
No, you're right there. Between read and communications, just insert the word electronic. Perfect.
It still doesn't make any sense to me this way.
So it makes sense to me. The first sentence is saying we're allowed to use it for those things. In number 2, it's saying, except as provided in section 6.81 that allows us to do it for those things, we cannot use it for these things. Do you want to take out the except as provided in section 6.81? Would that help?
Yeah, because I just don't think that it helps. I think it just obfuscates the whole thing.
Okay, we can delete it.
I mean,
okay, any other questions on this?
Now it says you can't use it in the first sentence, and then it says you can use it in the second sentence.
At a meeting during which which first sentence are you referring to?
In Rome 2.
At a meeting during which a council member is subject to the provisions of the Brown Act, the council member may not use electronic devices to read electronic communications from or send electronic communications to members of the public. I'm not sure I'm following you.
Okay. So it's limited to the stricture is limited to members of the public, other council members, and parties to the city proceeding. Okay, I'm fine now. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, we need to get it done. Okay, I don't see any more hands. I think we've gone over the changes. I am ready for a vote. I'm sure staff is ready for a vote on this. So I'm ready to entertain a motion. Councilmember Weinberg, you have your real hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the council adopt the council norms as amended at this meeting, including the typographical errors to be provided by Councilmember Lee Eng, and that norm 6.8 be replaced with the language discussed at this meeting.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Meadows, you have your hand raised. Oh, the pronouns. Friendly amendment, insert all the changes to the pronouns as well. Perfect. So we have a motion by Councilmember Weinberg, Councilmember Meadows.
I will second the motion.
Great. So we have a motion as amended by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by Councilmember Meadows. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Lee Eng,
No.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
and Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for participating in this, and thanks for your help, Andrea.
You're welcome.
Okay, so next, what time is it? 10 o'clock. We'll move on to item number 11, which is formation of a city council Friends of the Library subcommittee. And it has Andrea's name next to it, but I think it's a subcommittee that's presenting. I will either turn it over to Andrea or the subcommittee, which is Councilmember Lee Eng and Vice Mayor Enander.
I don't think we comprise a subcommittee, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Sorry.
Correct.
We put it on here to have a discussion.
I stand corrected.
Okay.
So
I want to make sure we don't have any Brown Act issues as we have this discussion.
no, thank you. So, we know what number 11 is. Any questions about about forming this subcommittee? Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so I'm going to go to the members of the public to see if they have any comments on this formation of a Friends of the Library subcommittee. Andrea, I don't see any hands, but I have to check with the city clerk.
No, I do not see any hands either, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to bring it back to council for discussion and forming this subcommittee. Anybody would like to get us started? Vice Mayor.
I'll defer to Councilmember Weinberg, please.
Go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor. At the last council meeting, it appeared to me that there was a majority of the council that felt that it was appropriate for the Friends of the Library to be afforded space somewhere near one of our libraries in order to continue their mission, but that the location where they are right now is not necessarily the best place for them to be located. I propose, and I think others propose, that perhaps the Woodland branch might be a better location. And early on in our discussion, there was direction to staff to explore that. And then I believe it was Council Member Lee Eng thought that we should form a subcommittee that would work with staff, and I guess also Friends of the Library, to evaluate that location. Full disclosure, I live within 500 feet of the Woodland Library, but I've talked to the city attorney, and because the relocation of Friends to that point won't give me any special benefit, I don't have a conflict of interest. Yesterday, the Vice Mayor and I spoke about this issue at some length, and we were putting together a couple of ideas. A past iteration of the council formed a subcommittee that worked with staff. There were 2 council members appointed. FOLA, of course, worked with them. And the results of that subcommittee or task force, I think, was not optimal. It did not come up with a result that we had hoped that it would. I believe, and I think that the Vice Mayor, talking to her, she also believes that staff understands what are the issues, and that there would be some benefit to let staff evaluate whether or not the Friends of the Library could viably be relocated to the Woodland branch. And she and I discussed, well, should we go ahead and form a subcommittee because this is a policy issue? We are talking about using public land for a private organization, even though that organization's primary mission is to support a community asset. I understand that the Vice Mayor had communications with the city manager about that. And I wasn't on those calls, so I don't want to speak for her, but I'm of the belief, and I think the Vice Mayor also is of the belief, that it's maybe a good idea to let staff go ahead and see whether or not they think that there is a viable option for Friends of the Library to move there. And rather than forming a subcommittee, which will have 2 council members whispering in staff's ear, and then Friends of the Library whispering in staff's ear, staff knows the issues. Let them evaluate it. The Vice Mayor and I thought, well, maybe we could offer ourselves as sort of council members who have already Brown acted on this. We'd be happy to have staff bounce ideas back. My understanding is that the city manager told the Vice Mayor that he was going to be communicating with all 5 of us anyway. I know my experience has been that the city manager is very communicative with me, and I'm sure he is with the rest of us. So at this point, and Anita, correct me if I'm wrong, but having talked it through, I think the 2 of us believe that forming a subcommittee is not in the best interest of moving this forward, and that the city staff probably has the tools and information it needs to come up with some ideas. And then as necessary, they'll bounce those ideas off of us and bring it back to the council when it's ready to go. This is going to be a difficult process. We're talking about a significant change. And if Friends of the Library is viable at another location, it's going to be difficult for them too, because things that have worked in the past are going to have to be changed. But my thought is, let's let staff take a shot at it. Let's see what they come up with. Ultimately, the final decision remains the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. We did have an extensive communication, and we did consider the notion of saying, you know, hey, we can be a resource. Maybe instead of a subcommittee, we just say, you know, if the council's comfortable with the two of us, we could be a resource to staff. But upon further conversation, both between Mr. Weinberg and I, and also with the city manager, I am also convinced, and I'm speaking now as someone who initially supported what Councilmember Lee Eng suggested, and I understand why. I think I understand, based on our last meeting, why she suggested that at this point a formal subcommittee is not something that's going to help us, and that we are in fact better off having the city manager, who heard, and I am convinced understands, the policy directions that we gave and the conclusions to which we came at our last meeting, including the things we said we didn't agree with, and which was a default return. We said, no, we don't agree with that. That we let them proceed with this, and that the city manager or staff, as he may direct, can and I'm sure will reach out to all of us for whatever individual information we might be able to provide. So from that perspective, I would recommend that, although we may note this in the minutes, that that we would, I'm just going to say, indefinitely table this idea.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Enander and Councilmember Weinberg, for that productive conversation. And thanks for sharing it with us. So I'm also supportive of either not forming a subcommittee, period, but I could support, let's see what happens, and if necessary, we bring it back. But at this point, I do not see a need for a subcommittee, which basically echoes a lot of the conclusion you both reached. So there are 3 votes saying no, not at this time. And so let me quickly give everybody an opportunity to weigh in here. Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, thank you to my colleagues for that thoughtful conversation that you've described. I will add another point why I actually support what you said, but can add an additional layer to support why I don't think a subcommittee is the right one. So I myself, as you know, the council liaison to the Library Commission, and the mayor and I are on NCLA. So on those bodies, sometimes the Friends of the Library will make reports. I think that if we, just like when we considered the Lehigh subcommittee, we have to consider Brown Act violations that we may inadvertently stumble into because of our other representation. So, and then for all the other reasons you said, I completely support that staff can work with the Friends of the Library and bring it back to us as needed. So thank you for that, all of you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, but I needed some clarification. So Councilmember Meadows said that staff will be working with Friends of the Library, but that's not what I heard from Councilmember Weinberg or Vice Mayor Enander on the direction we wanted to provide to staff. So I would be comfortable in ensuring that there's no Brown Act violation, that yes, I would feel comfortable having both of you as resources that the staff can turn to. But my concern is making sure that we have like a true analysis that the staff is doing, not biased by anyone's input, like you said. So help me understand that and clarify that for me, please.
Who is that question directed to, Councilmember Liang?
Either Vice Mayor Enander or Councilmember Weinberg can respond.
Councilmember Weinberg, you're raising your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I hate to put the city manager on the spot, but perhaps it would be useful if he were to explain to the council what methodology he intends to employ moving forward on this.
I'm happy to, Councilmember Weinberg. There's going to be many stakeholders and interested parties, not just the Friends of the Library, on all sides of the issue. We would intend to engage and seek feedback from those parties, as well as understand the Friends of the Library operations better, as well as the site plan at Woodland, and then complete an independent analysis of if the Friends of the Library could successfully operate there, even if it meant a change to how their operations currently exist in addition to their physical location.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Liang?
That answers my question, but they both suggested something about staff being able to turn to them as resources. How would we be, or is that something now that we need to ask the city attorney if that's possible? How would we move forward doing that?
And before the city attorney weighs in, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Weinberg and Vice Mayor, I think that was one of the things you both discussed, but at this time you're not suggesting that because the city manager said he would keep all 5 of us informed, which is my preference. So I don't support this idea of having Councilmember Weinberg and the Vice Mayor be resources. I really would prefer for the city manager to work with all of us. And to Councilmember Meadows' point, if there is going to be 2 council members who act as a resource, we are best suited. I agree with her. But I've even, it's not about the composition of this subcommittee or the resource. I don't think any of us should act as a resource at this point. So I don't think there's support for that, Councilmember Liang. So I don't want to go down that, have the city attorney address how that would even be structured. I think right now the consensus appears to be at this.
Well, we don't know if there's support for that or not because we haven't asked the council members how they feel about it.
No, I'm
so
parroting what they said. And they can correct me if they're proposing, if Councilmember Weinberg and the Vice Mayor are proposing that they be resources for this. I thought they weren't proposing that at this time. It was something they considered. So Councilmember Weinberg or Vice Mayor?
That's correct.
And I don't want to be a resource. I think we leave it to staff. Mr. England just described how.
Okay, I misheard. Then my question then is, I think it should be clear that we have 1 year for it to come back to us, right? I think we said that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So City Attorney, I do want to come to you because, it appears as if there's no motion to support the formation. So how do we handle closing this item?
Or can we table it? And does tabling it make it easier to bring it back if we were to want to do so?
What's the best way to?
Well, tabling it or taking a motion to revisit it in a year or something like that. But because this is Friends of the Library and we always come back and try to look at what happened in the past, I would say please make a motion to table this and to reconsider it in a year or something like that. But I would take some sort of motion that is in the minutes so we don't have to try to reinvent history in the past. Like, really, what did we say? Because everybody's going to say, oh no, I heard this or I heard that. So please make a clear motion so we do know what we've decided to do. So that would be the best for the public and for the rest of the council members and new council members in the future.
Okay, so with that, I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I make the motion, I just want to respond to one thing that was said a moment ago. It's not that we have a year to decide this. Friends of the Library's lease was extended until the end of August. It is my sincere hope that we will have some kind of direction, some idea of a permanent home for Friends of the Library well before that time, because I know none of us, all the way down to the city attorney, doesn't want us to have to revisit another short-term extension of having Friends where they are right now. I think it's not in the city's best interest, it's not in the Friends' best interest, it's not in the council's best interest. So with that being said, I move that the council indefinitely table this agenda item.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by the Vice Mayor.
I had a question.
I just saw your hand. Go ahead.
So I would like to ask the city manager, based on the timeline that we would like to address this matter, what would be an appropriate timeline in which we can expect it to come back to us?
Councilmember Liang, I spoke with the president of the Friends of the Library this week, and we both agreed that waiting until the last minutes at the end of the year extension was not in anyone's best interest, and to move forward at a reasonable speed.
Okay, but I'd like to, what is an appropriate timeline in which I could amend the motion so that we can have it come back to us in approximately so many months? I would feel more comfortable doing that.
So again, we haven't met on the Woodland site with the Friends of the Library or done that analysis yet, so it'd be hard to speculate. But certainly within the year and earlier than later is agreed upon by all parties to be better.
Okay, so keeping that in mind, if the motion is that we make that direction clear within the motion, that the sooner the better.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. You heard Mr. England, and he understands that council is prepared and willing to consider a subcommittee if it would be helpful. And so whenever that time is, if it becomes necessary, I think we have this open communication. He communicates with all of us. We'll bring it back at that time. But I wouldn't want to put a 3-month, 6-month, 9-month window on it because it just depends on how things evolve.
Okay.
So thanks for that, Councilmember Liang. Motion by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by the Vice Mayor. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Vice Mayor Nander,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
and Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So our last discussion item is item number 12, which is our ledge subcommittee update. And so this may be the last item for this year, but I'll turn it over to them. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Weinberg, updates, what's going on? What do you have to share with us?
We'll be very quick, including saying that there'll be one more report, and that will be after October 10th, which is the date by which the governor needs to either sign or, by failing to sign, accept or veto the measures on his desk. So I'm going to just do a quick overview and then know that we have no proposed actions at this time. And we will give you a final report on the legislative session when the governor has taken all of his actions. Since our last report, the governor signed SB 640, which was our Senator Josh Becker's transportation bill. And these are all, you can find these in your old packet. And then we'll do a complete report next time. Things that did not move forward to the governor's desk that we were still looking at in the last session included AB 1401, which was a land use bill, SB 6, also land use bill, SB 15, another land use bill. Those had to do basically, SB 6 and 15 had to do with conversion of property to multifamily. SB 612 and SB 785. So there are still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bills that we're tracking that are sitting on the governor's desk. And we will give you a full written report in advance at our second meeting in October. So City Clerk, that's when you can plan to calendar us with a final written report on what we supported, what we opposed, what went through, what's on hold, etc. So unless there are questions, Mayor, I have nothing further to add unless Councilmember Weinberg wants to say anything further.
Sorry, we'll go to Councilmember Weinberg, but I see our city attorney with her hand raised. So let's go to her first, then we'll go to Councilmember Weinberg.
Well, no, it's just a bill that I have been following, and it is AB 473. And I have seen that it is now, it moved to the governor's desk on September 8th. And it's a bill that all of us city attorneys are not real happy about because it is going to reorganize and renumber the Public Records Act. So it's something that the league, we did comment on, and we were saying that why renumber it? It's, you know, not broke, why fix it? So anyway, but it looks like we are now going to be subject to new Public Records Act. They're the same, but they're all moved around. And so, but it's on his desk. So I just want to let you know, I've been following this one for like 2 or 3 years. And so I was really hoping it would go away, but it hasn't. So that's my editorial. That's not the city's position. That's my own personal position. But anyway.
No, thank you, Ms. Houston. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to add. I want to thank the Vice Mayor for her report tonight and for her leadership and mentorship on the subcommittee.
Wonderful. Councilmember Meadows.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge and thank the subcommittee for, I know you're going to come back with a final report, but that's going to be a lot of work. You've done a lot of work during this session. Thank you for all of that. I know it's well, labor of love may not be exactly the right word. I don't want to make you laugh. Sorry, Vice Mayor. But I really appreciate all that you've done. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't see Councilmember Liang with her hand raised. So I'll just echo the thanks and sentiments expressed to the subcommittee. We know it's not easy. I'm not sure if it's a labor of love, but you both do it so well. And Vice Mayor, this is your second year doing it. So really thank you. It is very important, as you know. So thanks for keeping us informed. Okay. Oh, it's a discussion item. So we do have to go to public comment. Did I already do public comment on this? I didn't. So let's go to public comment. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on this item?
No, I do not see anybody indicating a desire to speak.
Wonderful. So then bring it back to council. Oh.
There is one now. Nope. Janine? Yes, Janine Valdez has her hand raised.
Okay. So that's
I'm so sorry to lengthen the meeting. I had a question you probably can't answer. It's on discussion item number 11. I know that you guys have already decided. Am I correct? And that's what we're talking about? Okay.
We're doing item 12. Janine, if you have a question on 11, can you reach out to our city clerk? Because we can't get back to it. It's been closed.
I understand. Thank you. I thought it was on all discussion items. My error. Thank you. Good night.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, if no further discussion from council on item number 12, we will close that item and then move to informational items only. That's our tentative, which we don't discuss. And then we will move next to council staff reports and directions on future agenda items. And Mr. England, would you like to start us off?
Sure, Mayor. I don't have any updates or reports.
Thank you. Okay, who would like to get us started on council? I will start. So I mentioned earlier when I was thanking Mr. Breeze that we had an unveiling of the mural at the city's Veterans Plaza this evening. And it was a really nice event. We had two local artists, Jordan Fong and Oscar Lopez, who did the mural, and it's well done. It really, a lot of thought and work went into it. It really reflects the community. And so I want to encourage council members and staff and the community to really visit the Veterans Plaza and this beautiful mural. The other thing I have on my list is I would like to, and this is a future agenda item, to propose, so it would be a formation of a subcommittee. I would like to propose the formation of a subcommittee as a future agenda item to work with the city manager to explore starting a summer internship program starting next year. This is something that I know the city manager supports. I think he started out in city government or public sector as an intern. And this is something I was actually hoping to do this summer, but with COVID and everything else, it didn't happen. So hoping, and it does take time to develop this program. So the idea is, we're not discussing it now, the formation of a subcommittee to work with the city manager to establish a summer intern program. So I would need a second. I don't think there's a staff report necessary for this. So let's see. Councilmember Meadows, I don't know if you have your hand up. I just need a second for this item.
The vice mayor already seconded. Sorry, I wasn't.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so we will form, Councilmember Weinberg, did you have a comment?
Nope. Vice Mayor and Sally beat me to it as well.
Okay, that's great. So we will agendize this to form the subcommittee, and we'll start working on this program, hopefully to have it launched next summer. And then the last thing, I of course want to remind everybody that we do have a regular meeting next Tuesday, September 21st. And so that's my report. And next week, Councilmember Weinberg and I are going to Sacramento for the conference that we talked about earlier. And so that's the report from me. Thank you. Councilmember Meadows.
Okay, so in terms of future agenda items, and the city manager may actually have already addressed this, and maybe it doesn't have to come to us, but I think we've talked in the past about the parklets and timeline for them and all that. So there he is, right on cue. So if it doesn't need to come back to us and you've got it under control, but we want to be sure to give some clarity in regard to that program.
Councilmember Meadows, we're hoping for in October return to council on that.
Okay. All right, so that's in queue. All right, thanks. Then I want to report back on, I had council open office hours last week. The one thing of note to bring back is that on the same day as our community center grand opening, there's also going to be a program, the Orchard Commons Committee, talking about the smart irrigation project and kicking that off in association. And I think it's been coordinated, either Mayor, you're in the loop on that or something, so that it's around the community center event, not conflicting with it. So that I wanted to let my colleagues know. I will probably attend that Orchard event as well as the grand opening, which brings me to a question I have. I've not seen, and I'm sure it must be there, but I couldn't find it on our website, what the timing is for the event on October 2nd. And there again, right on cue.
I can quickly share. So, it's our event. So as the host of the event, we should have this information. So it's October 2nd. It starts at 2 p.m. and it will start with a brief ceremony. And then we will do tours of the community center. We will also be live streaming the ceremony portion of the event. And starting October 3rd, the Parks and Rec department will continue to offer tours to residents, and they have to go onto this website and obviously register because of COVID and all the different mandates and orders which we'll be enforcing. They will have a capacity limit. I don't know what that number is, but it's outdoors and it's at 2 p.m. on October 2nd. And we're the hosts. So we all should be there.
Right. Okay. Good. And I couldn't find that information, so my apologies. And then I also want to report back a few weeks ago now at this point, myself and the mayor both, I think we were all invited, but we attended the Cal Cities garden party, and I got to meet some people that I've only seen over video this whole past time period. And so it was a nice event, and to actually meet some other electeds live and in person. So that's my report.
Thanks, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Two brief reports and then a proposed agenda item. First, I'd like to point out the mayor and I are both wearing our stickers that we voted. Today is the last day of the statewide special election. I don't know if the registrar of voters ballot boxes are still out in the city, but if your ballot is postmarked by midnight tonight, it will be counted. And I know that the post office at the San Francisco airport will accept letters up, they accept it 24 hours a day. But if you get your letter in, if you get your ballot in before midnight, it will be postmarked today, so it will still be valid. So encourage everyone to vote. If you haven't voted, there's still an opportunity. There's a way to get it done. And by the way, that postmark by midnight also is really important on tax day. Second report. October 2nd is my son's bar mitzvah. I am going to try to balance both the family celebration and the grand opening. I obviously my son's bar mitzvah is going to take priority, but if I am not there, that is why. And then finally, I'd like to propose that we have on our agenda fairly soon extending the off-leash pilot program at Hillview Park. The pilot program is set to expire this month. And while there's some concerns, we got some emails from a member of the public earlier this week. I met with some of the people who take part in the off-leash program, and it appears to be a rousing success. There's a whole community that has been built, a supportive community that goes beyond the dog park.
Member Weinberg, don't go into your support. So
okay, well, this is a resource that is about to expire. It's my understanding that Parks and Rec is going to look at this next month. Thereafter, it's probably going to come back to council. I propose that we put on our agenda to temporarily extend the pilot program until the council has an opportunity to consider whether or not to make it permanent.
So Mr. England, are you there, Mr. England? Do you want to look into whether or not that action is necessary for us to extend it, seeing that if it expires this month, then we still have a couple steps before we determine if we're going to continue it or not? That to me is something that we need to figure out. I mean, maybe based on the direction we gave, it will extend on its own without formal action. But is that something you could look into and let us know if formal action is necessary to extend it to accommodate the timeline?
Mayor, I spoke with recreation staff today. They relayed it was a fairly prescriptive ordinance that was adopted by council, including end dates, the review timeline. I will have to confirm, and I can work with the city attorney. My guess is it would take council action. I also believe that the end date will come before the next council meeting, but I have to check that. I have to double check that. So I can report back after I talk with the city attorney.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Weinberg?
No, Madam Mayor, but in the event that we will need council action, I'm curious if I can get a second.
Oh, yes. Yes, Vice Mayor is waving. Yes. You have a second and a third because it was.
Could I ask a clarifying question on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Councilmember.
if so, we have that meeting next week. Is it possible that we agendize it on next week's agenda?
Councilmember Liang, that's what I'll work with the city attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. So we have 3 council members supporting that. So thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Okay, who would like to go next? Vice Mayor Enander.
So the first thing is that the nominations are open for the Joint Community Volunteer Service Awards. The luncheon will be, assuming we don't have retrogression on public health issues, Friday, December 3rd. And the form for nomination, you need 2 people to do the nomination, to submit a nomination for a given individual. All of that is on the city website. Thank you for the folks who maintain the city website. At the city website address /JCVSAC stands for Joint Community Volunteer Service Awards Committee. We encourage people who know of extraordinary members of our community who have made contributions as volunteers and want to see them recognized at that luncheon. Please get your nominations in or contact organizations. We do have a large mailing list we send to organizations soliciting nominations, but there's nothing that limits an individual or 2 neighbors who happen to know somebody who's extraordinary in their contributions from making a nomination. So please get your nominations in. The other thing is that I have something kind of mixed bag to report with respect to art with the community center. Some of you know that we ran into a problem where there was a fire light installed in the middle of the wall where one of the murals went. And we were hoping that that was going to get moved in time to get the mural done in time for the opening. That's not going to happen. So the Art Commission, who are infinitely creative, had the idea of and got permission from the artists to take their digital file and have a poster made, and we'll be able to have a poster and explanatory material available where those murals are supposed to be for the opening. But the way I look at it, and they're talking about, is we should just have another opening. We just have another second opening to celebrate when the murals are done. So it's actually another opportunity. They're also working very, very hard with staff to try and get the various sculptures moved. They're just supposed to be moved. And you know, the devil's in the details, like move the sculpture, oh, and move the name of the sculpture, the little plaque that goes with it too. And get the hanging system done for inside, and get the pictures that have been selected through the History Museum printed in time to get them hung on the wall so that when people walk through it on October 2nd, they're not just looking at stark blank walls. So the Public Arts Commission is busily working and encouraging staff with all the details of things they need to have happen so that we have some beautiful public art available when the community center opens on October 2nd. And other than that, Mayor, I don't have any agenda items to suggest.
That's good. Vice Mayor, quickly, when are the nominations due for the joint volunteer?
Just a moment. Let me take a quick look. They are due by Friday, October 15th.
Okay.
And all the information is online. Thank you again to staff that maintains the website.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Liang, any reports, requests for future agenda items?
I do have requests for future agenda items.
Okay.
So just clarification. Earlier, we said that the financial review was coming back to us at the end of the month, at the year. Is it a chance we can get it in October? Because I kind of feel like we need to have it before year end.
Councilmember Liang, just for clarification, which financial review are you referring to?
Because we're closing out our books. And I want to make sure that as we close out our books for fiscal year 2020 and 2021, that we can get a better information of what's happening, such as I know that our previous city manager, the funds coming from his home is going to be placed into our budget as well. The ARPA funds that have come in. So I just want a better picture of how our budget is looking.
Okay, Councilmember Liang, I think the closing of the books will come when the audit's completed. We want to move that as quickly as possible, but we are kind of at the will of the schedule of the auditor. With regards to mid-year budget, we can do that in December or January, but the longer we wait, the better the information we have. There's an opportunity with our ARPA discussion on the 21st to also include some other revenues that were pandemic impacted. So maybe we could update council by memo on where we stand on our revenues, and then have those two conversations when the books are closed at various times.
Okay, I'm going to bring this up again. Previously, I requested that with the racial bias training coming up, I'm concerned that I still would like for us to have a discussion. I'd like to better understand the actual purpose of the training that we had hired Dr. Fletcher for. I did have a discussion with him, and I did mention that I would like to request it for more discussion, and he said he would be glad to attend as if we agendize this item for further discussion. I think that we need to understand the actual purpose of these trainings, and we haven't really articulated what our focus is. My focus is making sure how we can bring our community back together. I don't know, I feel uncomfortable sometimes at these meetings. And the reason why I really feel this discussion is important is because of what I went through. There's like a disregard of understanding what I went through, a lack of cultural understanding and sensitivity. And I just feel that it's important to clarify the scope and how it's defined. It shouldn't be only about race. It should be about inclusion. Our physically challenged people would want to make sure that they're included. Cultural, ethnic, I think that's very lacking right now in our community. And I think sometimes how I'm being treated, I feel that. And ensuring that religious differences and just respect for different views are captured, and people's sexual orientation. So I think we need a further discussion. And I hope I can get a second on this.
So before there's a second, I'm going to attempt to address some of the questions you raised, Councilmember Liang. So as to Dr. Fletcher's webinar, I think that's one of the reasons why he wanted to meet with each of us, so he could form the scope of the webinar. I know some of the things you mentioned, I talked with him directly, and I expect they will be incorporated in his presentation. He did something similar for the city of Cupertino. The topics, and he did the same thing. The topics he covered there were very specific to Cupertino, and so he's hoping that by meeting with all of us and hearing from us, he's able to put together a webinar that addresses the issues we want him to address. And I'm not kidding, like some of the things you just mentioned, I know I have raised with him and he plans to incorporate them. Having said that, it's a 1-hour webinar. And so I don't know which of the items on the list you just went through he will not be addressing, but I'm positive he won't be able to address all of these things in an hour. And so what I would suggest, I know you've already met with him, What I would suggest is if he does this first webinar, and we don't think he covered some of these topics or he didn't cover them in depth, that we could consider a follow-up. But I think for the first 1 hour session, a lot of these topics that you mentioned, he will be covering. So let me pause there. And then for discussing, I'm not sure what you're suggesting. If you're saying we should have a discussion on the format and content of the training, or you would like us to have a discussion on these topics.
No, I'd like to have a discussion because I think there are other areas that need to be addressed, and there are other experts that may be more skilled in those areas. So I would like to have another discussion. And once again, I would like to see if I can have a second to have a discussion on this item.
Okay, so there's a request to have a further discussion on the anti-bias training by Councilmember Liang, and I imagine there's no staff work necessary, so you'd only need a second. Oh, City Attorney.
Correct.
No, I was just going to caution you that we're getting into a discussion of the agenda item. So either get it on the agenda or quit getting into the merits of it. So that's what I was worried about.
No, thanks for that reminder, City Attorney. So we have a request for it, but I wanted to clarify before we put it to a second. That's what I was trying to do. So the request for a future agenda item is to have further discussion on the format and most content of the anti-bias training.
It wasn't only that, just to clarify, it wasn't just the format, it's other further discussion to understand what we may need and other experts that may be able to fulfill that.
That's what you could discuss if we get it on the next agenda. If we get it on the agenda, all these things could be.
I understand that, but sometimes when you're hearing something, City Attorney Houston, then the agenda item is so restrictive. And that is why I'm trying to clarify it so it's not that restrictive. And
I
so
know, but you can't get into a discussion of it. So please.
But I'm trying to make sure that the agenda item that I'm requesting for would be framed properly.
Perfect. So I got it, Councilmember.
Thank you, but
I won't attempt, Councilmember Liang, to repeat it in the event I misstate it. So you've said it. Is there a second to what Councilmember Liang just described she would like to see as a future agenda item? So there's no second, Councilmember Lee.
Oh, we have hands up. Hello.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Two of us have hands up. I'll defer to Mr. Weinberg first again.
You're first. Does Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Liang, I think what I'm hearing is that people have not considered your side of the story and what you went through the first half of the year. And I think that there's—
Weinberg, I'm going to caution you.
Well, fair enough, but—
What the only question, this is a future agenda item, based on what Councilmember Liang just described, she would like as a future agenda item. Is there a second for that?
But okay, Mayor, let me cut to the chase. I just want to suggest to Lynette, if we agendize this, we now cannot discuss it outside of one other person for fear of it being a Brown Act violation. I think there's a much larger conversation you want to have. But if it's agendized, there's public comment on it, how we talk to one another and process everything that happened, which led up to this request to agendize what you want to discuss. I think you're now constraining our ability to have what I think is a much broader discussion that maybe you want to have with one or two people at a time, which I don't think you would be able to once it is agendized as a former council item. So I just want to throw that out there as something you may want to consider.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Vice Mayor.
I will be a supporter of what Councilmember Lee Eng said, because what I hear is, in fact, a broader discussion of what kinds of outcomes or changes or improvements or increases in understanding do we want to have within this council and potentially more broadly through training, because it's a terrible burden on a trainer. I know I've been there, to have 5 different people tell you, this is what I think we ought to do in this training, and expect a trainer to put all that together. It makes much more sense to me to do what the council member is suggesting, which is that we have a discussion as a group about what kind of outcomes we want, and then we go pursue the resources to help us get there. So I support it.
Okay, so we have a request for this future agenda item, no staff work, from Councilmember Lee Eng and the Vice Mayor. I will say I know staff is in the process of scheduling the first anti-bias training, which at least 3 of us supported moving forward with. And again, a lot of the topics that were raised tonight, I expect will be covered in that training. So we'll figure out when to agendize, but we will agendize this other discussion and go from there. So am I missing any hands? Councilmember Meadows, I see your real hand. Go ahead.
My real hand. Yeah, so I may have misheard Councilmember Liang, but I thought that you suggested if we're going to talk about what would be in the webinar that will come forward, then wouldn't we do that with the facilitator? So no, that's not what you said. I thought I heard that, but I also thought I was puzzled by that. Okay, so you're just talking about us talking. Okay.
It would be a council discussion. And that's the proposal on the topics and things Councilmember Liang wants us to discuss. Seconded by, supported by the Vice Mayor. Okay.
One more thing. I think earlier I brought up my concerns about understanding the process for new representation on boards or committees, and making sure we have a clear process on that, and that it is properly conveyed to all of us. So either I would like to request that it be agendized for further discussion.
And I'm again not clear on what you're referring to, Councilmember Liang. What's the proposed agenda item?
Is making sure that we have a clear process for when we need new representation. You know what, let me just, that's okay for now. I'll just leave it at that. Never mind, I withdraw that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm looking at virtual hands, real hands. I don't see any more hands. It's 10:53. I'm going to go ahead and adjourn our meeting. Thanks, everybody. Have a good evening. See you next week.